4, 5, 6, 7, 8 market scans or market studies on Bangladesh. He will tell later. He was in Bangladesh this February, came with a lot of vibes, and we'd hear from you. Trust me, this panel is all about future. What do you think? How do you think that we can engage, go, and why Bangladesh? Why from Netherlands? That is the thing that we are to spark. CBI in Bangladesh started their journey in 1971, same year. And then we kept on going. CBI supports import from developing countries. So they have been in a lot of hand-holding in Bangladesh. Judith understands, and the crafts which you find, high-end crafts, are actually coming through CBI collaboration. PDS, you heard Palak Seth, so Rajiv will connect in a different way. TNO, sometimes I tell my colleagues on a lighter note, a bit slightly confusing. They are with very high-tech things, innovation. But we had a fascinating, fiery conversation, 2 hours in TNO, on a lot of things, including cool bricks, and you'll be surprised the way they did. I'll not say now, but you'll hear from them. Used, if I pronounce your name right. Again, fantastic. Invest International is, I think, 1 year old now? 3 years. 3 years old, sorry. Used was in Bangladesh in 1997, but now he heads Invest International, which has one of the first project in Bangladesh with Dhaka City Mayor Atiqul Islam. We'll hear from you why, and we'll come to you on the manufacturing side. So may I first go to, I'll start with Andre. Andre, you were in Bangladesh in February. You for 3-4 days. You moved from different parts, went to Bangladesh village, and how do you see, or would you see, Vice Minister told our 2 ministers that there are 3 sectors they want to bring in within Bangladesh. One is agriculture/agro-food, horticulture to be more precise, and eventually to water circularity, and to one other sector, which I forgot, frankly. So how would you look at Bangladeshi manufacturing now that you were in the ground, and now that you hear the vision and aspiration? And how do you think that mutuality of interest can connect us both?
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Welcome all the guests here. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, you are right. I was in Bangladesh at the beginning of this year. And as you know, RVO has conducted several market studies in order to find where are the business opportunities for Dutch companies. And with the results of that in mind, and the studies which were focused on animal production, plant production, and some other cross-cutting issues, I experienced that the areas of agriculture practices and circular economy and the water sector are the most potential areas for cooperation between Dutch companies and Bangladeshi companies. And most of all, those are also the focus of the Netherlands Embassy in Dhaka and of RVO. And moreover, the water management and sustainable agriculture practice are central to the transitional relationship between our 2 countries, which was also mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh. And the relationship is transforming from an from aid relationship towards a relationship more focused on trade and investment. And in the policy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Development Cooperation, Bangladesh is also qualified as one of the COMBI countries. And in this COMBI approach, the Netherlands combining trade and development of trade activities with development activities in order to have an impact on sustainable development in Bangladesh through private sector engagement. And so, in order to bring Dutch companies and Bangladeshi partners together, we have conducted studies. We have organized impact clusters. And impact cluster is a way in which Dutch companies and their Bangladeshi counterparts are working to strengthen a specific sector. in Bangladesh. And we also have established some center of excellences. And actually, your question was also what would be my suggestion to the Dutch companies. And my suggestion to the Dutch companies would be stay open and curious about the opportunities in Bangladesh. Also, I would like to refer to some of the words which were spoken this morning about the several honorable speakers. And make use of the instruments which are available, not only at the RVO, but also at the embassy and also at Invest International. And in that regard, I would also like to refer to the webpage of actually the country page of Bangladesh at RVO. There you'll find the do and don'ts with regard to doing business in Bangladesh. And when I was there in March this year, what I found most important is that you have to invest in personal relationship. Personal relationship with your counterpart in Bangladesh is the key for the key for success. And I would strongly advise to invest in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Judith. Yeah, that's right. So far, in the past 1 decade, as much as my notes tell me, CBI has been engaged in Bangladesh in leather, apparel manufacturing, and now with home textile and home decor.
Home decoration, home textile,
right.
yeah.
And some of the generic questions we receive from many of the Bangladeshi entrepreneurs, how would they or can they come and engage with Netherlands also for business, but because Netherlands is a distribution hub globally, if not simply in Europe. Mm-hmm. So 2 things. One would be, what would be your suggestion for the Bangladeshi entrepreneurs or those in business to come and engage more? Mm-hmm. As also, how would you see from CBI that how our entrepreneurs who are trying to come to meet the competitiveness as also quality, as also create the new niche to come to Europe?
To Europe, yeah. Well, thank you. Also from my behalf, very nice to be here. As you mentioned, CBI and Bangladesh, we have the same age. We started all at 1971, and we have quite some history together. At the moment, just for your information, we have running a program on the home decoration, home textile. There is part of the expedition, you can see the products which people are able to make. And in this program, we work with the Dhaka University on design and also the Export Promotion Board in Bangladesh. And it's good to mention we have, for instance, a BD project where we really created solid jobs for more than 650 people, women especially, in the rural areas. And I do mention it because if you ask us from CBI on our experience, what suggestions should you take? Well, what we see is, well, you have a lot of people in your country. So it makes so much sense to invest in low labor-intensive industries. And we see clearly a potential for the apparel market, already discussed, it's organized also here. But also the home decoration, home textile sector, the agri-business sector, agri-food sector, and IT. The IT sector is always very interesting also for the youngsters, for the young people. And the home decoration sector, you can also see that you can work with producers groups. So it's also not only for the cities, but also interesting for the more rural areas, where a lot of people live as well. We have the suggestion that if you make the new steps, you have to move up to the value in the chain. That is so you can do it in several ways, organically, circular, but also to focus on product design. For instance, you have a big jute. How do you say it in English?
Jute.
Jute.
You call it jute.
Jute.
And I call it fiber of future.
Okay, well, fiber?
Of future.
Okay. Well, we know we're talking about the jute industry. And what is in fact a little weird is that a lot of products are sent to India and Vietnam to be redesigned, to make the real design, because they have the design centers, and then it's shipped to Europe. So our suggestion would be not only for the companies, but also for the sector, invest also in the design part, because there you can add value to the chain. in that sense, we do work with the BSO, the Business Support Office, on the youth diversification, but still we think you can invest on that. Secondly, and it makes so much sense, but you have to comply to the European standards. And they're getting, it's not only the standards, it's also the market standards. It's not only the regulation from the government, but also what the market is asking. And that's for sure, and I understand there's a lot of effort right now also during this event, how important sustainability is becoming. So the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork, they're moving up, and they're asking more and more from the suppliers to work on. And in that sense, I urge always companies to look at our platform from CBI. We have a unique platform on market intelligence where you can see the trends, the requirements, also the EU requirements, how to do business in Europe. And here you can also find buyers, so that always makes sense to at least have a look at this platform. The third thing, and then I stop because I know you're running in time, but it's working on the image. And I think this event is such a good example. Because we have seen the development in Bangladesh also from CBI, but the world hasn't always seen that. So you can't be loud enough and you can't be clear enough on the change you've been making. And I think it's worth it. So I understand next year you have the same event, if I'm right. So I hope also, yeah. So I hope we can even measure the image because that is important.
Okay. I'll pick up one element from Judith's point, and may I recognize Minister for Commerce here, because, sir, market intelligence is a very key thing, because we can do the foundational things with Invest, TNO, RVO, but sometimes the last mile, market intelligence insights, perspectives really make it happen from both sides, because we have two entrepreneurs interestingly sitting on the end of this panel. That's interesting, it's by coincidence. So that's what I'd submit. Mathilde, I'm actually not coming in a certain way. You'll be next. Sir, we have a very fantastic conversation with her. And Mathilde, please tell us first what are you doing with Square Pharmaceutical in Bangladesh? Because that is the first thing. We also spoke about Cool Bricks. And just quickly tell us about 3-4 minutes, what are the 8 or 9 things, because that will connect to Joost, as also RVO, if not CBI. Please tell us, without further ado.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to do so. I'm Mathilde from TNO, an innovation institute with 4,000 people working on a broad range of areas. With Square in Bangladesh, we developed biodegradable sanitary napkins. And the idea was...
Is it already in the market?
Yes, it was launched in April.
And what's the name of that?
It's BioFemina.
What is the name of it? There's a name.
BioFemina.
Okay. So this is a striking thing which is already marketed. So, yeah.
It took a while, but now it's on the market. And the idea was to make the back sheet and the packaging of biodegradable plastic. The absorbent material was already biodegradable, but the idea was now to replace the plastics. And together with a Dutch company in the Netherlands, Rodeburg Biopolymers, we developed a resin that really suits the design criteria of the napkins, that it's 8 hours fully water resistant, and it degrades after that, especially when it's buried in the soil. We produced the resin, we blew some films, we sent it to Square. We did some trials, and they were very enthusiastic because it was much more comfortable for the end users and very good material characteristics. Then we sent the resin made in the Netherlands to Premiaflex, and they blew the biodegradable films locally. And Square assembled in the biodegradable napkins, and now the biodegradable sanitary napkin is there.
The point is, these are cost-effective, affordable by poor, particular apparel workers. So that's the point. So it cannot be a niche product. It is a niche one, but it is cost-effective. Yep. Not only simply #sustainability, but circularity, but also cost-effective.
And there are much more opportunities for biodegradable plastics. Now it's for sanitary napkins, but you can use it for supplies in agri-food, for pots, to have it in kitchenware, to have it in all kind of packaging. So I think we started with this one. We made the resin out from potato starch. So you can use agricultural residues to make new products and to valorize waste. And there are multiple other topics you can use for the plastics, but also for the biomass.
Matilda, can you tell 3 or 4 of the things that we spoke about? Cool bricks.
Yeah. Cool bricks, they are really cool. You don't have to heat them because we work on the replacement of cement. Cement is scarce, expensive, and most expensive part for bricks and blocks in housing, but also for mortar. And for instance, with rice husks, we can make an activated material that make bricks strong without heating them. And in that sense, it lowers the costs, it lowers the energy use, it lowers the environmental load. And we are working on that in Malawi at the moment, especially for the bricks and the blocks and the mortar. And I think it can be a tremendous opportunity for Bangladesh as well to introduce them over there.
Okay. So there are 2 things for everyone in the audience. Any problem in Bangladesh, TNO has challenged me that any challenge can be turned into opportunity. Even when I look at Mr. Siddiqur Rahman coming from southern Bangladesh, Barishal area, you're struggling with salinity at every level. They can do either have solutions, they can tap with many of the distinguished panelists, but if not, the solutions can be developed and adapted to Bangladeshi context. I hope I'm right on that score. So
yes.
I'm looking at not only you, but also Invest, TNO, RVO together. It's simply not manufacturing, it's an urbanization, it's an agriculture. Many of the things we think that these are not usable, doable, or not business worthy, they have solutions. So please grab them afterwards. Don't let them go. I'll come back to you. Because I'm bringing you Joost at the end, there is a reason. Mr. Sohail Sadat, tell me 3 things, because you have been in apparel manufacturing for quite some time. What would be your vision, expectation, individually as also collectively? Just tell us.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests and honorable speakers. Good afternoon. It's a good platform. Sometimes I feel like that I should talk as an individual, like as an entrepreneur. Bangladesh is a nice country. We have a lot of resources. And beside this,
Sir,
I think we need
let's
to
come
have a
straight
collaboration.
to 3 or 4 things.
3 and 4 things, yeah. If I go the collaboration straight to the point, collaboration between institutions, public and private, for research and development, then design and product development, industry, big data management, supply chain management, quality control, human resource department, and most importantly, studying the culture. The culture is very important to connect. So that will take us to the next level. That's what we can tap. Whatever we are doing currently is fine, but I think we have ample of opportunity is unleashed. We can go and explore if we understand the culture. That's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He has said something very interesting, which is data applications. Netherlands is a country, there's a place, I think when I go to Utrecht, also to Wageningen partly, but maybe other places, it's all about how creatively we mine data and also then interface with you. So I think you can connect with not only individuals here, but also others. Because anything and everything, much of data you yourself are generating, not as the industry. But there's very little understanding how data can be turned into a real asset, much more than something goods that you're producing. But that's something I see often ground zero. I'll come to you later, but now Joost. Invest as a 3-year-old institution as Invest International, which is a financing entity, very interesting. I think last March or this March, you secured your first project in Bangladesh with the Dhaka City Mayor, Atiqul Islam. If you please tell us that, how did you do? Why did you go to Bangladesh? And what is the possibilities that you see in Bangladesh in terms of many other projects? Because there are a lot of takers here, and also the ministers are sitting there.
Yeah, thank you. ministers, honorable ministers, audience, nice meeting you. Invest International is a new, like you said, a new state-owned enterprise. We have about 3 billion under management, both on balance and off balance. And we are there to finance Dutch businesses overseas if the banks find it difficult to finance them. But then still needs to be a good business case, right? And I think what you talked about earlier is that we are moving from aid to trade. And I think our institution has been set up to facilitate that process because there are many. What you see now is that the big commercial banks are withdrawing quite strongly from financing SMEs, especially in risky markets like Bangladesh, right? Anything below 15 million export finance, they probably will not do it, although there may be a good business case. So that's where we step in. So we try to finance those Dutch businesses that have a good business case, but where the banks find it difficult to do so. And it's typically in innovative solutions, like you talked about in circularity or in water or in agriculture, where you see most of those Dutch businesses bringing a solution, or what you talked about, and we can finance that. So we work with money from development aid, where we finance Dutch businesses, which is really risky, high impactful, but you know, we don't know whether we get the money back, up to 3 million, something like that. And then from 3 million onwards to about 80 million out of our core capital, where we want our money back in terms of loans, can be export finance, can be investment loans. And there are many opportunities in Bangladesh, I think.
How was your first project with Dhaka City Canal Restoration?
Yeah, so we also work on public finance. So out of development aid, we are allowed to finance public infrastructure projects up to about 50 million euros. And we have been looking for projects in Bangladesh. There have been projects in the past in Khulna around flood protection, and now in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. We're talking with the authorities there to see if we can help them on the water control systems over there. Yeah. It's a bit early stage yet, but it looks promising that we can work with.
Can you explain what do you mean by leveraging financing from Invest? What does it mean? Because there are many who might think of you.
Yeah, so it depends a little bit on what kind of projects we're talking about. So if it's about our public infrastructure grants, then 2/3 to half needs to be financed by other financiers, right? Other donors or the World Bank or what have you, or the government of Bangladesh. I think the government of Bangladesh nowadays has the means to do that itself, right? So we're trying to find our ways through talking to the Minister of Finance, finding the right ways to do that, because we cannot finance everything logically, right? The country needs to take skin in the game itself. For the other companies, for the private finance, we can finance 100%, but we can also do, if it's equity, we don't want to be the only equity player in that company for obvious reasons. So it depends a bit. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Because it's very interesting, TNO, Matilde, I think also RVO, because many of the things that we'd like to do, ground testing particularly, we can't so often miss the last miles. I look at Invest, frankly, as much as I understand, to chip in. And for many of the entrepreneurs who have fantastic, stimulated ideas, which may not get, might look at Invest. So I come, and gentlemen, please get with your questions. We might have very little time to pick up some of the questions. And then we'll hear, so that we hear your voices as well. Last but not the least is Mr. Rajiv. You have been in Bangladesh for quite some time. The mic. Yeah, quite some time, and you heard the perspectives from this side, some of the movers in Netherlands in terms of public, as also sitting in the interface of public and private. So being engaged in Bangladesh for quite some time and listening to the perspectives, particularly in this panel, and if I ask you next 5 to 10 years, how would you articulate your presence, footprint in Bangladesh?
So first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for being here. I would share a bit of my personal history. I come from a state called Bihar, which is one of the most underdeveloped.
I think most of us are familiar, no problem.
State in India, and we have border with Bangladesh with a small strip. And while I was in the 8 years old, we were selling the flag of Bangladesh while 1971 liberation was going. I had the opportunity for the first time to be in 90s in Bangladesh. And that point of time, there was hardly any infrastructure. And today, when I see the bridge on the Padma River, I think we have come very, very far.
I think, sir, in the interest of time, if I request you for your reflections. Please.
Yes. Coming to the perspective of it today, we are buying about Techno Design itself, which is part of the PDS group, buying over $100 million worth of goods out of Bangladesh. Last year, we started with the footwear. And I think footwear is one section which will grow further and where I see opportunities. Just as fresh as last week, we placed the orders of towels for the very large chain of stores called Metro. And Marco is the one in the Holland. So that's the next segment where I think that Bangladesh has huge potential. I have been traveling to US recently. We met many of the executives of Walmart, but also to other, and our core market is Germany. And what we see is that everybody is looking to what we call as the CO, country of origin diversification. What it means is that people are looking for alternative sourcing coming out of various products, not only apparel. We're talking about bicycles, we're talking about other light products, we're talking about home and hard goods. Various segments to be diversified from China. And here I see Bangladesh playing a very, very large role. And I also see some of the entrepreneurs coming with the newer items in Bangladesh. So in my perspective, as long as we can keep on working on the next level of efficiency, next level of growth, I see a very fair chance of Bangladesh becoming, in RMG itself, the #1 player in the world. Today we are at 42 billion, and I think there are a lot more opportunities. And secondly, I also see, but in other segments like footwear, like home and hard goods, huge opportunity for Bangladesh entrepreneurs. And that is where I think Techno, but also we as a PDS group, are going to engage ourselves further and deeper into Bangladesh.
I can fill you in with 3 things. I was told by some of the Dutch friends that around 70 plus Dutch companies, they don't reveal their names because of GDPR, are already engaged in digital industry, sourcing or doing things in Bangladesh. Digital, meaning what people call IT. Some of these cinema makers in Rotterdam and else, they are in talks. So I often say it's culture to agriculture or also still cinema. That's the horizon. So what you're trying to tease is we need to look at many other sectors across real manufacturing and also services. And perhaps also to look at the third country possibilities. I think that we heard in the initial stages from the earlier inaugural panel. Quickly, questions. Please raise your hands so that we can connect. You can ask them. Questions from the floor? Either you're hungry or you perhaps the glucose level might have gone slightly low. Okay, if not, can I come to Matilde? Because I'd like to come because I think we can explore. There were a couple of things you said in the 2 hours. So if you pick up 2 or 3 things which you think that may excite as an idea, for example, BRICS is one, Centripad you tease with, but when we look at the decarbonization of manufacturing landscape or circularity, Bangladesh needed for Bangladesh itself to transform Bangladeshi manufacturing landscape, but also as part of the global supply chain, other players also, other actors also need the transformation to happen in Bangladesh for the entire supply chain. So can you tell a couple of things, because particularly on circularity, because circularity, what I note being in Netherlands, I may invite the attention of the Honorable Minister, the demand side, meaning the consumers and brands in Netherlands, Europe, the West are very ready. They're asking for things. Supply side in Bangladesh, vast part of Asia, are not that ready, not organized, data mapping are not there, regulation are not there. How can you come in the step TNO, for example? What kind of interesting collaboration you may think of coming in decarbonization and circularity? Because we are trying to talk about emerging perspectives. Bangladesh will move because of its own. We have the drivers. But in the process, can we connect our drive, speed, motion to the global ecosystem? So that you also connect to RVO and invest purposefully sitting next to you, and also the two entrepreneurs.
Yeah, with respect to circularity, I think there are many local business cases, but also international business cases. There are a lot of opportunities for that, and especially in the agro-food sector. I think the side streams for agricultural produce, you can do a lot of it. So now it is waste, but you can turn it into value. And for instance, you can use pyrolysis to make biochar. Very important for local energy consumption, and it's not that investment intensive. And I think the biochar can be a good product for Bangladesh, and you can use it as well, the residues of that one, as a biofertilizer. Another thing is turning agricultural residues into animal feed by use of the black soldier fly. If you use insects to transfer the residues into in the pupae of the black soldier flies, pigs and fish love it, and I think it's a very attractive business case as well. Also making briquettes from rice husk, or making cooking oil from rice bran, or making chemicals from fruit waste. I think there are multiple examples, especially in Bangladesh and the agro sector that is available there, that you can turn that into value. And one is the technical solution that is there. You always have to adapt it a little bit, but it's also about the business model. And I think TNO is bridging the gap between knowledge at universities, the can-do mentality at the local enterprises, but also with the government and linking them up. So within the eco-innovation system, besides of the technology opportunities, I think also the process of innovation, how to make it a success, is very important.
I think we can close the panel, but with two examples, and I look at this side of the things. We were talking about jackfruit. We throw it away. But jackfruit, the meat, is a fantastic called jack patty. And how do we do it? So that's a collaboration between TNO and Wageningen. So I'm connecting the dots now. We spoke about a lot of things, the other being, for example, maize plant, bhutta. Yeah. We throw it away. We get this much of corn, but rest of it. Wageningen is now talking that how it's full of protein. How do we convert the protein to further economic use? All have fascinating business cases. Because quite often, sir, I receive calls from Dhaka, from many of our entrepreneurs. I can see some of them and say, can we do something? I said, this side, Netherlands has all kind of technology holders, either in SME or individuals, and they're ready to sell their technology. How do you create the pathway? So when we hear that agri-food and agriculture hashtag are the next big thing to happen, and that's why we are CBI, RVO, Invest, and TNO. They represent actually the gateway or gateways for the Bangladeshi entrepreneurs to scout technology, scout innovation, and then blend it with design thinking. So on that note, may I end the panel? And thank you very much for each of you for joining. I'm sorry that we are rushing, but some of the perspectives which are coming, I think these are just teasing the ground. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights. I hope we'll learn a lot of things from you guys, because you are the excellent people who is sharing their experiences and insights. Distinguished guests, we now move on into an exclusive segment that promises to shed further light on Bangladesh's immense potential. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Sanjay Jain, Group CEO of PDS Limited, who will deliver an insightful presentation titled Partnering with Bangladesh to Build a Promising Future in the RMG Industry. May I kindly invite Mr. Sanjay Jain to take center stage and share his forward-thinking perspectives on partnership opportunities that will catalyze Bangladesh's apparel sector. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause. The stage is yours, Mr. Jain. Please.
Thank you. A very good afternoon. I know I'm probably holding you back from your lunch, so I got to make it a little quick. We heard about the promises, the strengths of Bangladesh. Allow me to share a humble story that was founded by Palak Seth as to how one can actually make a very profitable and big business out of it, and at the same time contribute meaningful to the society. How do I change? Yeah, thank you. As PDS is a listed company, allow me to stress on the safe harbor statement over here. Who is PDS? We are a one-stop shop, single window solutions to various needs of the retailer. What I mean to say here is we will manufacture goods for you. We will design goods for you and bring them to your doorstep from about 600 partner factories across the world. We look upon you, we kind of encourage you, we take your time more towards your core activities of interfacing with the retail customer, leave the back end to us. So if you want us to manage your Bangladesh office or Sri Lanka office or India offices, as one of our offerings, sourcing as a service, we will manage that office for you as well. Plus, if you have an excellent footfall, a good loyalty program, a good understanding of the consumer, allow us to support your efforts in launching brands inside your stores. Or if you already have a brand, then while you focus on the front end of the brands, we will manage the entire back end of designing the brand or handling the sourcing for that brand so that it can be brought very meaningfully to your stores. This is who we are as a company in terms of our offerings. And how do we do it? We have about 60 offices in 22 countries. We have about close to 10,000 people working across, close to 7,000 workers. The number is only increasing, and about 3,000 people across all these offices. And we have a strong team of 250 designers working all across, a strong team of 200 compliance professionals. And what is important is every day, on a single day basis, 1 million of garments are manufactured across the world, and PDS enables to bring it to your doorstep. So close to 365 million garment pieces is what PDS is handling annually for you. And as Palak was covering, and also he mentioned that Bangladesh, in terms of exports, largely focuses on EU and UK, and that's where 77% of what we sell and our annual gross merchandise value today, as I'm talking to you, is about $2 billion US. 77% of that is channelized to our retail consumers, our customers in UK and Europe, about 17% in US, and balance in the rest of the world. It's very interesting that as a company, as a group, we originate from India, but where we source from is largely Bangladesh. That is somewhere a reflection of the strengths this geography has to offer to manufacture garments and exports. And we pretty much cater to men and women as about 2/3 of the categories, and remaining 15 to 20% as kids. And very interestingly, Harvard did a case study on PDS. If you see at the bottom of this slide, that a company has been made with such geographical spread, and we call ourselves as a federation of entrepreneurs. If there is an entrepreneur, a retail professional, a manufacturing sourcing professional, then PDS would like to bring them on board. It's like a plug and play, offer them a profit share, and therefore together with them take the journey ahead. And we have about 55 such entrepreneurs working across the platform who together are generating about $2 billion of annual revenue. And this is just a glimpse of our global footprint. What you see on the red is actually a front-end location closer to the proximity to the customer, and what you see as the black is a manufacturing or a design hub. You can see the concentration of black is more toward the eastern part of the world, and as we are gradually moving to the western part, it's a consumption piece. So that's how PDS is well organized, trying to channelize the garments from the eastern part of the world to the big consumption markets of UK, Europe, and then US as well. And when we do this, as I was saying, There is a battery of 250 design professionals working across. There is a 600 global partner factory network working across as well. And PDS, when it is bringing garment to you, is also bringing a representation to you that the garment that is coming to you is coming through a fully compliant value chain. We make sure that any factory that PDS works with is taken on board through a rigorous at least 6 to 12 months of onboarding process, wherein the retail customer actually blesses, yes, this factory is good, and then PDS takes over the responsibility through its fleet of 200 compliance professionals that the factory always remain compliant. That's who we are in terms of taking the responsibility of bringing garments to you. And these are some of our leading customers, the retailers across the world to whom we cater to. And I'm very proud to say that we're not just a supplier, we're increasingly a strategic supplier to our customer, wherein we are engaged with them. And for the want of a better word, we focus on a retailer's pain is actually my gain. Kindly give it to us in terms of any back-end activity that we have, that you have, we will manage it for you, and we'll try to do it in a very, very compliant manner. And as I was saying, this is the fleet of designers that work across, and we have a good presence in the 10 thriving locations where the consumption is happening across the world. And I was touching upon an offering of ours called Sourcing as a Service. You see some leading global retailers out there, brands or the hypermarket or the fashion stores. What we do as Sourcing as a Service is, for Hanes, for example, the entire sourcing from Bangladesh is actually managed by PDS. Any factory who wishes to work with Hanes has to work through our offices in Bangladesh, wherein we will channelize the output to Hanes offices across the world. Likewise for Ralph Lauren, and likewise for many other retailers across the world. PDS spotted this as a new offering because during COVID times and thereafter, there is a need for our retail customer to focus on their core offerings, and that is where we step in. And also, the Honorable Minister, sir, here our endeavor is that there are a lot of small and medium enterprises who otherwise might not be able to come up to meeting the various expectations, whether it is compliance, quality, or just in time, or even the working capital financing. That's where PDS steps in, because we have $500 million of trade limits from leading global banks, wherein we will facilitate for a garment manufacturer to get an access to fabric, to get an access to trims, to make sure the working capital is financed, and then we bring it to the consumption part of the world. That is somewhere a humble contribution to the RMG industry in Bangladesh. And as we do this, while PDS does about $2 billion of annual gross merchandise value, we have about 3 factories, 2 in Bangladesh and 1 in Sri Lanka. And once again, Honorable Sir, originating from India, PDS is choosing to invest into manufacturing and chooses Bangladesh as the #1 location to invest 2 factories in, one in the tops and one in the bottoms. That's where is our humble testimony or acknowledgement of the strengths of the RMG industry of Bangladesh. And thereafter, we invest into Sri Lanka as well. So these are our 3 factories. Our endeavor is that all these 3 factories should always embrace the best, highest standards in terms of quality, in terms of compliances, or any safety norms. And apart from running these factories in a commercially viable manner, and kind of about close to 6,000 workers who are working there, we are also committed to the environment. And I'm very proud to share that in our Progress factory, which is the factory in the Adamsi export zone, Good Fashion Fund funded us for a wash plant. Prior to this investment, the garments that were getting manufactured were stepping out of the export zone, getting it washed through a third-party facility. PDS felt that there is a room to reduce 50% consumption of water. And that is where we took a project to invest into our own washing facility. And we were very, very fortunate that the Good Fashion Fund emanating from this part of the world spotted this as a very, very eco-friendly social initiative. And that's where PDS Progress Factory became the first ever factory funded by Good Fashion Fund in Bangladesh. In fact, that's another strength that as any one of us is aspiring to build a great business out of Bangladesh, not only you have a lot of geographical, demographics, or economic benefits, you have best in the world in terms of funding institution also having a presence there. You have a viable project, there is funding waiting for you to be tapped and kind of do a partnership over there. And our other factory, Green, in the Ghazipur area, is while it's doing about $45 million of turnover every year, close to about 900,000 pieces of garment. But what it is doing is if there is water from the steam, it is plowed back to boiler. If there is water, it is used in harvesting. If there's a wastewater, it is cycled as well. And once again, as part of a continuous endeavor to contribute to the environment around, I'm very pleased to share that it is just about yesterday that there was a solar power 1 megawatt facility at the rooftop in a green factory that was commissioned. Now this is 100% on green power. So one factory of ours in export zone has a Good Fashion funded project for 50% reduction in the water consumption. And the other factory in Ghazipur actually has solar power to kind of totally replace power from any other source and be 100% compliant and contributing to renewable energy. And these are some very important 4 pillars of the PDS building blocks in terms of ESG. When I talk about the respecting water, that's where the Good Fashion funded project comes in, 50% reduction in the water consumption. When I talk about building community, we have fair price shops in our factories. We are also sponsoring and funding education for underprivileged children in Bangladesh. That is our contribution to community. And when it comes to Think Circular, ladies and gentlemen, PDS has funded 2 companies, one by the name of Yellow Octopus and the other one by the name of Upcycle Labs. As you know, that even after end of season sale, there are a lot of leftover garments, and typically they would tend to go into soil, and that's a big hazard to the environment. Yellow Octopus, 50% owned by PDS, actually take over those leftover garments and try and bring them to East Africa or East Europe or somewhere in the world where there is still a consumption left over at a price point. So we are preventing that garment from getting into soil by about 6 to 8 months. And our contribution does not even end there. Even after that 6 to 8 months, when it is ready to be crushed and again getting into soil, we invested into a technology in Nottingham in UK, whereby this can actually be crushed with mixing a chemical, and then you can actually have anti-combustible bricks or artifacts made out of that as well. So that is how PDS is very, very responsibly working to the entire value chain to make sure that as there is a $2 billion turnover getting generated at the back end, whatever is getting into it is being done in a fully compliant manner. And finally, when I say reduce emissions, that's where the solar power in our Sri Lankan factory, solar power in our Ghazipur factory is actually working towards reducing emissions as well. And normally companies contribute 1%, 2% of their profits to a corporate social responsibility. PDS, Honorable Sir, allocates 20% of its capital employed to such initiatives, whereby if there is a seed, cotton seed, getting into soil, water is getting consumed, is there a technology somewhere by a smart young kid from Harvard or Stanford that we can fund? And that technology, when taken to a commercial activity, can reduce water consumption. So all such similar initiatives across, wherein PDS goes on its own invest, or PDS partners with private equity funds who are focused on such initiatives. And I'm very proud to say, today we have close to $20 million plus from our balance sheet, which actually has gone into such initiatives of having a RMG connotation at the same time, an ESG agenda to reduce impact on the environment. And this is some of the glimpses of the children that we support in terms of education and their well-being in Bangladesh as well as in India as well. And last couple of slides, I think we touched upon, we heard various experienced and illustrious speakers on advantages of Bangladesh. And somewhere when I said that while there is a $45 billion plus annual garment export, the number is only growing. PDS very humbly channelizes 1.2 billion out of it. And Honorable Sir, it has actually doubled over the last 5 years or so. We were about 600 million 4-5 years back, and we are today at about 1.2 billion. And only about 100 million comes from our own factories. The balance 1.1 billion is actually from the factories who aspires to sell to UK, Europe, and US, and probably has somewhat lack of means, and that is where we step in through supporting them through working capital, through compliances, through making availability of workers, garments, and so on. That was I just covered. As I said, I'm the one holding you back from lunch. So I covered the gist of these slides, which were over there. So friends and colleagues, Bangladesh is awesome, second largest garment exporting nation. And Palak Seth had a vision and could actually institutionalize a $2 billion business annually, 60% coming out of Bangladesh. And today this business is very much valued at the stock exchanges as a very profitable business, but very humbly, always focused on the customers and at the environment. And I will just, this is the last slide I wanted to share with you, that we have doubled what we channelize from Bangladesh, 600 to 1.2 billion. And given our strategic intent, it is our humble promise to the Commerce Minister that in another 3-4 years, PDS is very confident should be able to double up this number to about $2 billion of RMG export to various parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just been treated to an enlightening presentation by Mr. Sanjay Jain, Group CEO of PDS Limited. Mr. Jain, we sincerely appreciate your time, expertise, and your vision for the future of the apparel industry. Your presentation has been a valuable addition to our event. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward in our event, I am thrilled to share some of the exciting attractions we have arranged here at Amsterdam. Firstly, let your taste bud embark on the delightful journey at our food bazaar. Experience the vibrant flavors of Bangladeshi cuisine, carefully curated to tantalize your senses. For those with an appreciation for the arts, our art exposition is a must visit. Immerse yourself in the cultural tapestry of Bangladesh as you explore a collection of artworks reflecting its heritage. And if you are intrigued by the creative process, be sure to catch our live painting session. So whether you are indulging in delectable cuisine, admiring artistic expressions, or witnessing a painting come to life, those attractions promise to enrich your time at the best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023. Thank you, take your time, have lunch, and your refreshment. Thank you.
Let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. You know I love it when you're loving me, but sometimes it's better when it's publicly. I'm not ashamed, I don't care who sees us hugging and kissing, a love exhibition. Oh, we'll rendezvous out on the fire escape. I'd like to set off an alarm today. The love emergency, don't make me wait. Just follow, I'll lead you. I urgently need you. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. I see you closing down the restaurant. Let's sneak and do it when your boss is gone. Everybody's leaving, we'll have some fun. Oh, maybe it's wrong, but you turning me on. Oh, we'll take a visit to your mama's house. Creep to the bedroom while your mama's out. Maybe she'll hear it when we scream and shout. But we'll keep it rocking until she come knocking. Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in lives. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't care. If we keep up all this fooling around, we'll be the talk of the town. I'll tell the world of our love anytime. Let's open the blinds, 'cause we really don't mind. Oh, I don't care about propriety. Let's break the rules, ignore society. Maybe our neighbors like to spy, it's true. So what if they watch when we do what we do? Oh, let's go to the park. I wanna kiss you underneath the stars. Maybe we'll go too far. We just don't care. We just don't care. We just don't. Let's make love. Let's go somewhere they might discover us. Let's get lost in
Barbie. I'm a doll, but I still wanna party. Pink felt like I'm ready to bend. I'm a 10, so I pull in a Ken. Like Jazzy, Stacy, Nikki. All of the Barbies is pretty. All of the Barbies is bad. It girls, and we ain't playing tag. Rad, but he spank me when I get bad. I'm in LA, Rodeo Drive. I'm in New York, Madison Ave. I'm a Barbie girl. Pink Barbie dream house. The way Ken be killing shit got me yelling out like the Scream House. Yelling out, we ain't selling out. We got money, but we ain't lending out. We got bars, but we ain't belling out. In that pink Ferrari, we pillin' out. I told Tay, bring the Bob Dylan out. The poop so cold, we just chillin' out. Baby yelling, yelling, yet yelling out. It's Barbie, bitch, if you still in doubt. Ooh. And I'm bad like the Barbie. I'm a doll, but I still wanna party. Pink felt like I'm ready to bend. I'm a 10, so I pull in a Ken. Like Jazzy, Stacy, Nikki. All of the Barbies is pretty. All of the Barbies is bad. It girls, and we ain't playing tag. Bobby ain't nothing to play about. He wanna play in a playhouse. The they gon' say now? I'm watching these bitches, I'm rubbing a stain out. Like I'm ready to bend. All the fake Barbies just wanna pretend. Like, hold on, let me go find me a pen. Look where it led. Now I'ma put it to bed. She a Barbie bitch with her Barbie click. I keep dragging her so she bald a bit. And I see the bread, I want all of it. And I want the green, so I all of it. And I throw it back so he losing it. And I give the box with no shoes in it. Yeah, I know the trick, so I got him brick. Yeah, they know who it, me and Barbie, bitch. And I'm bad like the Barbie. I'm a doll, but I still wanna party. Pink felt like I'm ready to bend. I'm a 10, so I pull in a Ken. Like Jazzy, Stacy, Nikki. All of the Barbies is pretty. All of the Barbies is bad. It girls, and we ain't playing tag.
And after the lunch, our panel discussions will be started within 2 minutes now. So you are kindly requested to take your seats. So come and take your seats. So very important panel discussions will be held now on sustainable sourcing realities, challenges, achievements, and next steps. I think it's one of the most important panel discussions of this event. So you are kindly requested to come and take your seats.
This one is for the boys, with your greased up and heavy metal toys. So beefed up you can't get through the door. It's your time to break through. Batman to the rescue. Bobby, your time is up. You will not take our voice. See, I'm the groove catcher, hottest thing. Six pack and tight G-string. No, I'm not gay, bro, but I've been on that lay low. Strip clubs and dollar bills, Wall Street and dirty deals. Pop stars, exotic pills, cars with dirty wheels. 'Cause that's the man I am. Baby, treat me right. I'm free tonight. That's just the man I am. Super sleazy, born to be easy. And all the papers say that there's no can without Barbie. But baby, there's no woman who could possibly stop me. That's just the man I am. Super sleazy, sexy and freaky. And tonight, whoa, whoa, sexy and freaky. And tonight, whoa, whoa, sexy and freaky. And tonight, it's time you realize that in this world we've all been taught a lie. You think that women rule the world.
Yeah.
Baby, where I've been, all the things I've seen, this can has crossed the borderline. See, I'm the groove catcher, hottest thing. Six pack and tight G-string. No, I'm not gay, bro, but I've been on that lay low. Strip clubs and dollar bills.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request you to come front, please, and fill up the row front. Yes. Okay. Please fill up the front seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to take seats. Our second panel discussion will start shortly. I hope you will take your seats in the meantime, and we're starting just right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have had a refreshing break and are now energized to delve into the upcoming session. For our second panel session, Sustainable Sourcing Realities, Challenges and Solutions. Let's delve into the challenges, achievements, and future steps in sustainable sourcing. May I kindly request the speakers of this session to take this stage and their seats. First, I would request to come Mr. Syed Tanvir, Managing Director of Pacific Jeans Limited. Mr. Andrei Vasiliev, Responsible Sourcing Manager of Bestseller. Ms. Lisa Domone, Senior Director, Membership and Corporate Engagement, Sustainable Apparel Coalition. Ms. Welke Hendricks, Director, Global Sourcing and Product Development, G-Star Raw. Karin Rimmering, Senior Director, Corporate Responsibility, PVH Europe. Joris Afergees, CEO, We Fashion. Ms. Rensie Tering, Deputy Director, Asia Pacific Department, EEAS. And Omar Gias, Director of Bangladesh Apple Exchange, who will moderate this panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our honorable panelists at the stage. Please.
Okay.
Please take your seats, honorable guests. Yes.
Also, Joris Afergees, CEO,
Yes,
We
yes.
Fashion. And all the panelists, I will welcome you all and request to take seats.
Total duration of the plenary will be 40 minutes. Reminder bells will be played at 20th and 35th minute for the attention of the moderator and the panel. Before we begin, we would acknowledge a change in our panel. Unfortunately, Greg D. Weil, Sustainability Director of Solo Group, who was scheduled to join us today, had an accident and is unable to participate. We extend our heartfelt wishes for a swift recovery to Greg. Our thoughts are with him during this time. Now let's applaud this brilliant panel as they take their seats on stage, and let's start.
So I welcome you all to it is one of the most important panel discussions of the two-day event that is on sustainability. And the topic is sustainability sourcing realities, challenges, achievements, and next steps. So before going to the questions, I once again will brief the distinguished panelists that you'll get around 3 minutes to answer your questions. And I would like to go straight. And the first question. So I would like to ask Andre. So he is the responsible sourcing social impact manager for the bestseller. And I know that bestseller also recently declared their Fair for All goals under the Fashion Forward strategy. So my question to you, or I'd like to know more about the Fashion Forward strategy of the bestseller, and how the manufacturers can involve in realizing these goals.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to sunny Amsterdam. And thank you so much for the question. Our Fashion Forward strategy has a very big pillar, which is dedicated to workers, and we call it Fair for All. This is where we talk about fair income, about protecting the rights of the workers, about empowering them, and safe work conditions. And partnering with industry in delivering the results under the strategy is very important, because we're trying to create solutions for workers, and the workers are employed in the factories. And we need to speak to the management of the factories and to the workers and their representatives when we're designing these programs for them. I would like to give a couple of examples how we do it. I'm sure many of people in the room are aware of Accord, now called RSC, which is an organization that works on occupational health and safety and building safety in Bangladesh. And that's a great example where employers, unions, and brands can come together and develop some good solutions. Nothing is perfect. There is always room for improvement, but that's one of the good examples. We also work a lot on women empowerment with the workers and the industry in the country. And as of today, we've empowered more than 120,000 women in Bangladesh in our supply chain through partnership with organizations like RISE. And the key point here is always listen to what are the struggles actually in the country, rather than coming with a solution that is not relevant for that country. And for us, it's very important to have that local representation and local voices in helping us designing those programs for workers under our Fashion forward strategy. We do have a lot of work on freedom of association. It's a very important point in Bangladesh as well, like in many other countries where we work with IndustriAll and the affiliated unions to make sure that freedom of association is promoted, protected, as long as there is equal and inclusive representation of the workers. And we are members of different organizations, for example, like ETI, who does a lot of gender work in the country as well. So to sum up this, the first question is the main role that we see in suppliers is helping us design the solutions that they need at the workplace, and we need to consult the workers in that process, because the worker is the ultimate goal for us that we want to empower and create value in our supply chain.
Thank you, Andre. Inspiring indeed. Before I ask question to the brands, I would like to ask question to the only manufacturer representative in the panel discussions, Mr. Syed M. Tanvi. He is the managing director of Pacific Jeans, one of the pioneer denim factory in Bangladesh in producing premium jeans. And my question to you, sir, that what are some of the sustainable practices your factory are currently doing, if you can share? And second part of the question is where and how the partnerships of brands with the manufacturer can accelerate this sustainability momentum. So if you can shed some light.
Thank you. Is it working? All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate today's panel discussion and also the total arrangement that has been done and inviting me for speaking here. Thank you very much. Well, sustainability as we speak is evolving every moment. I think at the moment we have so many parameters of sustainability, and different brands have different perspective to look at sustainability. And I think it's absolutely fine, because every brand has their own philosophy of looking at sustainability, and it's very difficult to look at it and solve it or maintain it from a whole perspective. So for us, I think sustainability is more towards achieving our carbon emission goal that we have signed. We have also one of the signee where we have we are committed to reduce our carbon emission by 30% by 2030. So we have a clear roadmap of how we are going to do it. And other than that, we are also working on different categories of sustainability like worker welfare, CSR. In terms of human sustainability, we are partnering with iCare NGOs. It's an Australian NGO, Fred Hollows Foundation, where we give free eye care facility to all our workers. And also, it's not just the checkup, it's also their full medical facilities is being given by the company. And also, we are partnering with one of the most renowned universities in Bangladesh. It's the Asian Women University, where we are giving free scholarship to our workers, those who are very meritorious. They come from a very humble background. To support their family, they started working, but if they get the right education, if they get the right training, they can move up to a leadership position. So we are basically taking care of their education. We are giving them scholarship. So in this way, we are actually doing a lot of welfare project for our workforce. And in terms of environmental sustainability, we are very much committed to reduce the carbon emission. To achieve that, we've already started water recycling in all our factories. Our goal is to reach 50% of water recycling by 2025. We are already at 40%, so within 2 years' time we will reach 50% across all our production units. Well, some of our production units have already reached 80%. And in terms of energy sustainability, we are heavily investing in clean energy. We are one of the largest rooftop solar facility in Bangladesh, where we are producing almost 8.5 megawatt of electricity, which is clean energy. That is of our total consumption, it's almost 15%. And also in terms of technology adoption, we are adopting all the latest technologies to make sure that we are reducing less water, we are using less energy to produce a piece of jeans. And we are partnering with all our customers for their sustainable denim campaign. And we will be doing it more seriously in coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saidamtan. We are really encouraging to know such exemplary sustainable practice of Bangladesh factories. But we often ignore one critical part of the discussion, that is consumers. But consumers' purchasing behaviors is really important for promoting the sustainability. So I would like to ask my next question to Joris, CEO WeFashion. So my question to you is how consumers can be educated about sustainability, and how WeFashion is engaging with consumers to influence them in making conscious purchasing behaviors.
Is it working? Yes, okay. Thanks for the question. At WeFashion, we're quite proud of the progress that we're making in terms of sustainability. Today, 80% of our range is labeled as more sustainable. And today, 2/3 of customers buy only these products. So that's quite a substantial share. But to be honest, we don't speak a lot about it. And that's the reason why we believe it's just something we have to do. It comes from our vision, it comes from our heart, and it's not something that I think we distinguish ourselves with. It's something that I think we all together have to do. Our core philosophy is better together, and this is typically a field that belongs to that spirit. We have to make sure that consumers can rely to buy safe products and to buy products that are better. But here comes a very important point. What is the definition of more sustainable? And how can we align this across the industry? Because you mentioned just now how difficult it is to determine what different customers mean with more sustainable. And this is exactly one of the problems. And we have legislative bodies here that set regulations and rules from global, European, and country level, which makes it very difficult for brands like us to operate and to educate our consumers consistently. Because let's be honest, the consumers really don't care that much. They don't wake up in the morning thinking, I'm going to buy a sustainable pair of jeans. They don't, but they like to read and understand in a logical, consistent way about the progress that we make as an industry. So my call to this environment is, let's work better together. Let's make sure that we align legislative measures across countries, set the bar at the same level, that whenever Bestseller talks about more sustainable, it's the same as we do. When G-Star mentions more sustainable, it's the same as we do, rather than we all find our little different angles that makes it for the consumer ultimately impossible to navigate. So I think if we want to take the consumer along, consistency in messaging is key. Measuring what we do. Water reduction has to be certified, measurable, so that we can communicate about it. So I think there lies a lot of responsibility for all of us to take steps according to a aligned grid of actions that is clear and can be communicated to consumers so that they can make safe choices along the way.
Thank you so much for sharing valuable insights and also rightly mentioning the issue of legislation. And that prompts me to ask a question to Her Excellency Renji Trinnick. You have been very much involved in the transformation of the Bangladesh apparel industry when he was ambassador of European Union in Bangladesh. So we would like to ask the questions to you. How the developing economies like Bangladesh, which has large textile industries, can be supported to make the sustainability transition in a just and equitable manner, and how European Union is supporting the promotion of sustainability across the apparel supply chain. So if you kindly share your answer.
Thank you. Yes, thanks very much. Also to Mostafiz for inviting the European Union here. Delighted to be here. And also to point out that this is it augurs well for the EU-Bangladesh partnership. This year we are celebrating 50 years of EU-Bangladesh diplomatic relations. So again, I think there is a lot we have done already together. And maybe to just tag on what you said about consumer responsibility. Yes, people don't wake up perhaps in the morning saying, let me buy sustainable clothing. Although I think with the younger generation, I think this becomes more and more an issue. But I think what is important here is that we cannot only count on the goodwill of the brands, the goodwill of the producers. I think at the level of the EU, what we need is legislation. And that is, of course, what we're working on in Brussels and with the member states. And the all overarching plan here is, of course, as you all know, the European Green Deal. And everything that we do under sustainability, sourcing, etc., always has a bearing on this legislation, this grant package, also known as Fit for 55, what the EU aims. And of course, with the EU Fit for 55, it means that the EU is striving to become a carbon neutral continent. So this is a big endeavor. Now, but what we're talking here is textiles, and we want to know specifically, is there any EU legislation that has a bearing on the textile industry? Now, in March last year, the EU adopted its strategy for sustainable and circular textiles to create a framework to make the textile sector sustainable and circular. And what does this mean in practice? This means that by 2030, all textile products placed on the EU market have to be long-lived and recyclable, and to a great extent made of recycled fibers. They need to be free of hazardous substances and produced respecting social rights and the environment. And I think here there is also an interesting catchphrase which we could announce here. Fast fashion will be out of fashion. So consumers would benefit longer from high quality textiles. I think this is maybe one lesson we all need to learn, that the fast textiles is not sustainable in the long run. And of course, as you also pointed out, that producers have to take responsibility for their products along the value chain. So this is this one specific strategy that was adopted. Now we're doing also a lot of other things. I can't go into it too much detail, but I wanted to briefly inform you about the corporate sustainability due diligence legislation. This is a legislation that will foster sustainable and responsible corporate behavior in global value chain. And I think this is especially important for the garment producers in Bangladesh, because what we don't want is to see a race to the bottom in pricing strategies. And we've seen that, for example, during COVID. While I was posted in Bangladesh, I saw from close by the enormous problems that some of the factories had in continuing providing the products, but also a lot of cancelled merchandise, which I think had an enormous impact. So I think due diligence legislation is very much another important strategy. So, of course, we have also on the ground worked with the government of Bangladesh. I'm very honored to see here His Excellency, the Commerce Minister, who is our counterpart, and also the plan of action where the EU works together with the Bangladeshi Ministry of Labor and Employment, and also with ILO to address labor issues. I don't want to say too much about the labor issues here, because this will also be discussed more in detail in the next panel with my colleague who will be there from the DG Employment from the European Commission. But just to let you know that this is another part of our overall strategy to address this. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Excellency, and really very stringent regulations that are in the offing. So I think the industry leaders are also present here and taking note of that strategy, strategy that is you are taking. So, and also, as you mentioned about the carbon neutrality, so I would like to ask this question to Willie K. Hendricks now. She is the Director of Global Sourcing and Product Development of G-Star Raw. So we know that G-Star Raw has announced to reduce 30% of the GHG emissions by 2030. So what are the strategies that G-Star Raw are taking to achieve this target, if you can share?
Yes, of course. Thank you for this question, and also thank you for being here. Yes, we set a goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 30% in 2030. Of course, it all starts with, before you can make the strategy, to make sure that you are aware what is the data now, where are we standing now today. So we started in 2019 already to gather data, and we also used an external company to help us out to know, okay, what is our baseline. So in 2021, we set the baseline, and every year now we improve the data, so we are more aware of what is our carbon footprint. And by knowing, we also immediately saw that as an industry, we have a big step to make, because our indirect footprint is the biggest one. So therefore, with the data, we help out our suppliers also to understand, okay, what is the impact, what are we doing? And also with a carbon leadership program we set up, we select certain vendors in our supplier base to start up with measuring, with training, and with that we can make sure that we improve. And of course, next to know that in our making of the products, the biggest impact is there, we are looking at the sustainable materials. So also our 2030 goal is to be 100% sustainable material use. So we will have recycled and organic, bio-based, all options to make sure that we can reach also in 2030 that. And that impact will of course have a positive impact for our carbon footprint. Next to that, of course, the sourcing strategy should align. So we want to make sure that we produce more locally. So not shipping around, because of course some materials are moving all over the world. So we will make sure that we produce more and more local to avoid the transportation, because of course transportation is a big part of it. And reduce our air freight, that is also a big impact, and therefore we need to plan more, we need to plan better, and we need to make sure that our long-term partners are with us, and therefore we are very happy also to work with the top of the suppliers of the world, and to make sure that we can make it happen.
Thank you. So we know the Sustainable Apparel Coalition is playing one of the role of the catalyst in promoting sustainability across the supply chain, fashion supply chain. So I would like to ask the question to now Lisa Domene, Senior Director of Membership and Corporate Engagement, Sustainable Apparel Coalition, SAC. So my question to you is how the SAC is facilitating collaborative initiatives, particularly for the South Asian retailers and manufacturers members, and where does you see the opportunities, and looking toward the future, where the opportunity you see?
Thank you. For those of you who are not aware, the Sustainable Apparel Coalition is an impact and impact creating independent organization aiming to lead the industry towards a shared vision of sustainability based on a joint approach of measuring, evaluating, and improving performance. Our vision is a global consumer goods industry that gives more than it takes to the planet and its people. The SAC represents over 50% of the textile and apparel industry globally. And we are present within more than 36 countries and 280 brands, membership brands, retailers, manufacturers, affiliates, and NGOs and academia. And we have over 120,000 facilities using our Higg Index suite of tools. So the industry needs comparable facts and data, and you mentioned this earlier on, standardization, how important that is, that enable brands and manufacturers to measure, improve, and share their social and environmental performance in a common sustainability language. Empowering organizations to understand the impact they're having is critical to scaling and improving. And we've got a lot of members who are using the Higg Index suite of tools. For instance, we've got an American retailer, Ascena, who have helped suppliers implement 250 energy-saving projects amounting to about $3.5 million energy saving, in energy saving. And we have another European brand, Aldo, who uses our tools to provide granular life cycle assessment data. They use our product tools to decarbonize their company supply chain. And then we have brands, and not to mention as well the brands sitting up here today as well, who use our BRM, our brand retailer module, and our facilities social and labor modules to work on programs that advance gender equality and respect human rights. So all tools that drive towards convergence. At its core, SAC are a convener. And we work with partners to build platforms, and we work with experts within other organizations to build those platforms and programs. We're not experts in everything, but we partner with those organizations to convene those programs. In 2022, we launched our decarbonization program. And as of this year, all our members are required to set SBTs for GHG reduction. Currently, we have over 50% of our members who've already set those targets, so that's quite an achievement already. To circle back on your question about scaling, it's through collaboration and having the robust data to inform and track and measure the impact. We collaborate with those experts, such as the Social and Labor Compliance Program, which was formed by the SAC, with the intent to drive convergence, reduce audit fatigue, and focus more on the impact of labor practices, and certainly speaking to some of the messages that we heard this morning. We've partnered with the Industry We Want, alongside the Fair Wear, the Ethical Trade Initiative, to create a path to action in support of social environmental transformation, GHG reduction, and decent jobs that begin with metrics to measure progress and galvanize action.
Thank you. Really inspiring initiatives by the SAC. So I would like to ask a question to now Querine Rimerick. I don't know whether I pronounce it right or not. She is the Senior Director, Corporate Responsibility, PBH Europe. So we know that PBH also has recently declared its forward fashion commitments. So we would like to know from you more about the PBH forward fashion commitments and how important are they in making the decision of strategic partnership with the manufacturers, if you can share.
Yes, happy to share, and thank you for the invitation to be here. Apologies up front, because I might be a little bit repetitive of what everybody has been saying on this panel, which personally I think is a good thing, which shows alignment and that we want to collaborate and strive for using the same tools, especially in the end to avoid confusing messages to our suppliers. I think within our forward fashion strategy, I can share a couple of targets that we have, a couple of programs that we do, just to give you a flavor of the broad variety of issues actually that we're trying and need to tackle in the fashion industry. The one that is longest out there is our Source Ethically program, which really focuses on getting insight on the human rights, but also the environmental conditions in the supply chain at our factories, and also work together with the vendors to remediate. How do we do that? I think that's the first link with what Lisa was just sharing, using the HIC suite tools. SLCP and HIC FEM are the ones that we use, and they provide, I would say, great lesson for those facilities who didn't measure yet, because by working with the tools, you learn and you grow and you see where you can do better. But it also really gives good data and a baseline to see where are we now and what is the gap that we still want to close in order to reach our targets. And one example that comes to mind, jumping to the environmental part, is the target that we have on bringing down the greenhouse gas emissions. And for us, the HIC FEM is a really valuable tool to get that data and then select as well and work together with our vendors to see where can we be most impactful, what kind of programs and collaboration should we be doing. Also there we collaborate. We work with a program called the Carbon Leadership program to really give also the technical knowledge to our facilities, because sometimes these topics can be very technical that we honestly as a fashion company also don't have in-house, but there are really good parties out there that do have the knowledge and that can really work with our facilities to do a baseline, find out what is already done, where are the opportunities to improve, and translate that into an action plan. Then maybe another topic for collaboration. Oh, no, sorry. If I can go back on how important it is to measure the performance of the facilities and making use of these tools, I would actually like to address also the link with legislation, because I think it was mentioned before, there's so many requirements. Every country has their own wish list, especially when it comes to due diligence. We see it in multiple countries popping up. If we can get an EU harmonization approach, that would be such a big help for our industry, so we can really focus on one thing, do that really well, instead of really accommodating to each different country and their different requirements. Rather, let us use the energy to actually work with our vendors and drive improvement there than to manage different data and accommodate different requests. So that will be really helpful. Then just a flavor of other things that we do. We really think it's super important to listen to workers' voices. So next to the comment that Andre made, which I hugely support, we also have a collaboration with Better Work, who has a really running program to really advance social dialogue in the factories, which we've trained our team members to also then deliver those trainings in those countries where Better Work is not active. And then I think another collaboration that Andre mentioned about RISE and women empowerment, that's also what PVH is supporting. So I think it's really nice that there are these organizations or these initiatives where multiple brands can drive a topic forward. And then how do we work with our vendors? We call it vendor engagement, but that is for those vendors where we've got these long relationships with, which personally I think is crucial in order to drive change. We have on, well, a regular basis conversations with them to really transparently show how, well, what the current status is, how they're progressing on our targets, and then have a dialogue and see, okay, which one do we want to emphasize now? How can we help? How can we support? What are you already doing in that area? So that actually together we can shape a plan to drive progress. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Syed Tanveer would like to add something in this regard.
Yeah, I think just to add on the EU regulation of what is coming after 2 years and how prepared we are. Just to add one point is that in Bangladesh, especially in a lot of the big factories and also including us, we've also started working on fiber recycling because as you mentioned, that it's very important that we are prepared as a production base, that we are prepared in terms of sustainability to reach that goal of carbon emission reduction by 30%, not just one factory, but as a whole, as a country, as a sourcing base. And our regulation is also moving towards that direction. As a company, we are also investing in fiber recycling, like other big companies. And so this is moving towards a very right direction for Bangladesh. And definitely I can be very confident for myself and also for the country that Bangladesh will be the best sourcing destination for all the brands. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we would like to also conclude our session with this inspiring note. Thank you all the panelists for your enlightening discussions, and I wish I could take questions from the audience but we have a time constraint, so only we have run out of time. So we would only last request to all of you to stand and for a good photograph. And thank you again for coming and your valuable inputs. Thank you.
May I kindly invite the panelists to come forward and gather at the center of the stage for a group photo, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Syed Tanveer, Mr. Andrei Vasilev, Ms. Lisa Domone, Ms. Wilke Hendricks, Mr. Joris Aperkes, Ms. Rensie Tering, Karin Riemerink, Omar Gias for sharing their expertise and shedding light on the critical path to more sustainable future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. And now we will take a short break and we'll come back again within 1 hour at 3:45 with our panel discussion number 3. And please have snacks, network, and more importantly, have fun and enjoy. Thank you. shortly start our preliminary session 3. In a few minutes, please be seated and please fill up the front rows. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you have enjoyed your short break and re-energized for the next session.
You guys where you want to be.
Now we turn our focus to the heart of the apparel industry, the workforce. Join us experts discuss how Bangladesh is advancing safety, well-being, and empowerment for the dedication individuals who contribute to this sector's success. May I kindly present the esteemed panelists for our crucial discussion on empowering Bangladesh's garments workforce. May I kindly request the speakers of the third panel session, Empowering the Future, Advancing Safely and Well-being for Garments Workforce in Bangladesh, to be seated. Ms. Laura Corrado, Head of Unit International Affairs DG. Mr. Joris Olenziel, Executive Director, International Accord. Mr. Peter McAllister, Executive Director, ETI. Mr. Alexander Constam, Executive Director, Fairwear Foundation. Ms. Janet Mansing, Executive Director, SLCP. Mr. Garwin Lepping, Europe Representative, RAB Compliance. Sheikh H.M. Mustafiz, Founder and Managing Director, Q Dress Industry Limited. Ashish Damle, Country Director, Oxfam, Bangladesh. Moderating the session is Mr. Connor Boyle, Officer in Charge, ILO Better Work. The stage is yours. Please enjoy.
Okay. Ready to go? Hi, everyone. My name's Connor Boyle, and as you heard, I work for the ILO IFC Better Work program. I'm really excited to be here today. We've got a very large panel, as you can see, so we're going to try and move things through relatively quickly, make sure that everyone gets at least a chance to speak, and I'm even going to try and create a little bit of space so that all of you can ask us some questions as well. A big shout out, of course, to our Bangladeshi colleagues, and particularly Mustafiz for organizing today's event. Also a big shout out to the Dutch government for helping to organize the event, and also because the Dutch have been a tremendous partner to Better Work over the last decade plus, and have been one of our key funders. So all of that. So just to set a little bit of the frame, and then we're going to go and ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and to answer a few questions. As you know, it's really all about advancing safety and well-being for the garment workforce in Bangladesh. I think we would all acknowledge that some tremendous stuff has happened, particularly since the tragedies of Rana Plaza in 2013. But since then, with the Accord, with the Alliance, with other organizations working together, Bangladesh is, without a doubt, a much more safe environment to operate in. We've seen increases in working conditions, and some of my panel members will speak to that, improvements in working conditions. We've seen space opening up for women. Our research shows that about 55 to 60% of the industry are women. They're not represented enough on this panel. They haven't been represented in this morning's panels as well. But I think we have a very important obligation to speak on behalf of the young women in our industry. There has been space that has opened up for freedom of association and collective bargaining as well, and social dialogue. And yet I think we would all agree that more has to happen in that space as well. And I'll ask my panel members to speak to that. So more needs to be done. Social protection is also something that's taken off. We've got a great pilot in Bangladesh, working with a number of brand partners, the ILO and the government of Bangladesh and others. Good steps in the right direction. But as we heard this morning, salaries remain very low compared to other countries. Wage discrimination for women is still very, very high. There is not, I would say, an overly strong appetite yet for freedom of association and collective bargaining. I think there's more work that we can do there. But we also heard in a number of panels the importance of collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. So what does that mean? And how do we make that not just be a nice term, but how do we actually ensure that we're all collaborating, that the national constituents and social partners on the ground, that the private sector are all collaborating, and that these relationships are built on trust. And I think that's a key point as well. We need to invest in people, particularly in women. We need to protect labor rights. Hopefully we'll also tease out a little bit about the whole idea of human rights and due diligence, the regulation, something that is, I believe personally, an opportunity for all of us to move things forward. Anyway, enough of me speaking. I'm going to turn to the panel. Just introduce yourselves. I'll throw a question at you, and introduce yourselves and do your best to answer the question, and we'll see how we go. Okay? So Jeanette, I'm going to start with you. Priority steps that are needed to strengthen OSH, occupational safety and health systems, whether it's in monitoring or remediation for the industry. What are your thoughts, please?
Yeah, so firstly, an introduction about myself. My name is Jeanette Mensink. I know most of you, well, that's a bit of an overstatement, but I know many of you, and happy to be here. I work for the SLCP, Social Labor Convergence Program. And SLCP was built a couple of years ago, short introduction, with the idea to reduce social audits. And I think much of the audience here, particularly the Bangladesh manufacturers, can feel for that. There was a lot of repetitive audits. Well, actually, we would like to get to a place where we spend our energy and time on improving labor conditions rather than doing the same thing over and over again. So we built what we now call the Converged Assessment Framework, which is a measurement tool to assess and have an understanding on the labor conditions. And we can share the data. With that, the progress that we've been able to make since 2019 when we started the implementation, we also now have an additional opportunity because we have a pool of credible and actionable data that all of the stakeholders can use to really drive that change that is needed. I think, so then I come to your question, Connor. So I think it's not a secret that this industry is dealing with a couple of challenges when it comes to labor conditions. Also, what we see from our data, still more than 90% of the factories, there is a violation of even the labor law, and the highest that come in place are occupational health and safety. We're speaking to that, wages and working hours. Particularly for Bangladesh, if we're putting it in that context, my colleagues have been kind enough to put a couple of the data from Bangladesh from last year. More than 600 factories from Bangladesh are in our system already right now. So I think we can also, with some confidence, use that and say something about it. So the good news is that there is a relatively high compliance on cleanliness, building safety, I think much to the credit of the Accord, for instance, emergency preparedness, and establishment of occupational health and safety committees. We see also that digitalization of wages, which was even a couple of years ago, which was hardly there, we see now that that's up to a level of 90% almost. At the same time, there's also areas for improvement. And as much as there is, the policy is in place for occupational health and safety, we see that at least 93% of the factories, there is still even legal non-compliance on that. And that some examples of that, noises, fire safety permits, obstructed emergency exits. So they're there, but they're still, you can't use them if you're at the work floor. And then the worker committees, they're there, but the dialogue between the management and the worker committee is not always optimal. Also, maybe following the discussion from this morning, though we're talking here about occupational health and safety, occupational health and safety is very much related to the other things, so wages. It is related to working hours, and underlying of that is, say, the prices and the dynamics in the supply chain. Enabling factors need to be there. So that's one piece if you're talking about the priorities. I think structurally we need to start there, but then also building on the priorities of the issues that we want to solve. I just gave some examples, and if I can maybe make a last statement on it, I think addressing these topics in isolation by one single stakeholder is not going to work. You need a systemic solution. All these issues are interconnected, and you need dialogue between management and the workers, but also in the supply chain. We all have a responsibility in that.
Great. Thank you so much, Jeanette. You picked up on a lot of different things there, but what I'd like to do is zoom in a little bit and actually hand it to you, Peter, if I could. Jeanette talked about the importance of the worker committees and worker voice and things like that, but said there's a ways to go. So if you want to build on that a little bit and tell us a little bit about worker voice, worker representation, and tell us who you are, Peter.
Thanks, Connor.
Just in case you forgot.
Is this working? Yes, it is. So my name is Peter McAllister. I'm the Executive Director of the Ethical Trading Initiative, based in London, but we operate globally wherever our members' supply chains are, and we bring together companies, suppliers, trade unions, and NGOs, and working very much on this area. So we were talking about well-being, and at the heart of well-being has to be the people whose voice needs to be heard. You know, it's not for us to decide what the priorities are for workers in Bangladesh or Turkey or wherever. So at the core of that concept needs to be a dialogue. Now, that's better if it's organized, it's better if it's structured. If there are trade unions present, they are the social partners. So at the core of well-being in terms of factory level, and if you elevate that then at national level, should be a regular process of dialogue in terms of what's important. In the current circumstances that we're in, where there are economic pressures both at producer level and at typically consumer countries, that's even more vital. Because absent that, we run the risk of disputes running out of control or problems escalating, rather than being part of a process where there's an opportunity to share perspectives, to think about alternatives, and then to create constructive solutions. And we know it works because we've demonstrated it. So although there are committees often indicated by law and policy, actually the investment in making those work and making them meaningful takes time. It takes commitment from the ownership, it takes involvement of the workers, and it also takes a certain amount of courage, because it's not the normal way. Yet actually we know, and again there is evidence that we can show and also Better Work can show, that when these are in place, they are effective mechanisms not just for workers, but also for the factory and industry. I would shout out that listening to the first session this morning, I've been going to Bangladesh since about 1990, and it's unrecognizable. I used to come away in those days working on anti-poverty and flood with two basic reactions. One, what lovely people they were. I was always hosted so well, and a worry about where the country would go. And yet, look at it now. It's completely transformed. Not without challenges or problems, it's important to say, but that trajectory is remarkable. The other thing I would say from this morning is part of well-being is that fundamental exchange of labor for remuneration. And at the moment, under the pressure that all workers find themselves in, whether it's in Holland or the UK, certainly in places like Bangladesh and Turkey, it's important that the mechanisms that are inclusive of workers are allowed to function, and that workers and their representatives and trade unions are allowed to make their demands, and that needs to play out then through the value chain. If we don't allow that to happen, we shouldn't be talking about responsible business or sustainability. And we need to accept that in the times that we're in, real wages in many producing countries, including Bangladesh, have dropped dramatically. So that fundamental part of well-being is getting that mechanism right, supporting that mechanism, and then embracing the outcomes in the value chain. As I said, it's not just something that Bangladesh is faced with. All the production countries, I think, are faced with similar challenges. And in our experience, wherever you can create dialogue and create structures for dialogue, you're in a much better place to handle those issues than if you leave it to chance and emergency. I'll stop there.
Great. Thanks so much, Peter. Again, a lot of rich ideas here, and I think there's a common thread coming from this panel in particular about the importance of voice, of workers' voice, about workers being part of the solution. So Alexander, I'd like to turn to you, and let's think a little bit more about the private sector and the role of brands in particular. Purchasing practices, this topic we all talk about all the time. What does it actually mean? But most importantly, how does it ensure that workers across the various Bangladeshi factories are paid living wages? How do they start to tackle overtime issues? Your thoughts on all of that, please.
Thanks,
and tell us who you are.
Right. I'm Alexander Konstam with Fairware Foundation. Not only sitting very close to Peter, but we also feel very close and are very close with ETI, multi-stakeholder, working with 140 garment brands and their factories in 10 countries where we have wonderful colleagues. I won't repeat what Peter said, agree with all of that. Let me add the perspective of the purchasing practices. And also, maybe you mentioned this morning session. I wasn't there. I had to be at the board meeting, unfortunately, but I heard that there was a strong call for wages to be increased. I think there are very reasonable demands for that. Obviously, for protection of union leaders, something I also fully support. I also don't have to repeat that, but that obviously has my full support as well. From a business point of view, why is it important to make sure that wages are increased and that people are safe, including justice for Shahidul Islam? Well, because from a business point of view, Bangladesh has come a long way, absolutely true, but there are still a lot of misconceptions. And I think part of those misconceptions are also still something for Bangladesh and Bangladesh industry to work hard on redressing. Let me tell you an anecdote of a few years ago when I met with the sustainability director, or sourcing director rather, of a large retail chain in Germany. And that person said to me, we have a sustainability line. So we have a line of goods, about 20% of his stock was sustainable label. And I saw that one of our member brands actually didn't get that label on one of their products. And I said, how can that be? I know this brand very well, extremely responsible. How can it be? Well, he said, this particular item was produced in Bangladesh. And obviously, something from Bangladesh cannot be in our responsible line. Now, that is a misconception, but it is not a misconception that comes, out of nothing. And the things that we heard about this morning, the things that we know about, do paint a picture of Bangladesh. That's not what we want to see. Responsible purchasing practices are very directly connected to this, because especially in the context of human rights due diligence legislation, but also with GSP+, with, more and more the sustainability shifting from the CSR department to the boardroom to the legal department, where reduction of risk becomes a key performance indicator. You don't want people to think of Bangladesh that way. So you don't want these things to happen. You want wages to be at a level where people can feed their families, where they can at least buy the minimum needed when they have an entry-level job. So something like, no, not something like, there's only one in its kind. The Accord and the work of the RRC is the best thing that ever happened to Bangladesh. Well, at least in CSR. Seriously, I mean, this is very good for Bangladesh business because it will help businesses that do their due diligence, businesses that work on their purchasing practices and do risk assessment, to look at your country in a way that is reasonable, but also risk reducing. And I think that's the key part. Now, you mentioned collaborations, Connor, finally. Collaborations. Yes, of course. Brands should pay up. If minimum wage goes up, and it must, then obviously prices also will have to increase. My salary is for a large part paid by brands, so I'm not afraid to say this. Purchasing practices are the most important determinant of working conditions in factories. Purchasing practices need to change, prices need to go up, lead times need to be longer, and that needs to happen in spirit of real partnership. But Bangladesh should not be afraid to improve its wages and its working conditions.
Great, thank you so much. Very powerful, real. So, Joris, I'm turning to you. The Accord is the best, and the RSC is the best thing that's happened to Bangladesh?
Yes.
At least in the sustainability sense.
Apparently.
Do you want to tell us who you are, build on that, but also add a little bit about supporting safety measures, competitiveness, business risks. So how do you get all of that right? Go.
Thanks very much, Connor. My name is Joris Oldenziel, and I'm from the International Accord, which is the successor of the infamous Accord on Fire and Building Safety in Bangladesh, which started now 10 years ago. Alexander already said it, so I don't have to say it myself, that it is the best that ever happened to Bangladesh. But it took a while for everyone to realize that, because your question about the competitiveness has been a tricky one, of course, because when we started in Bangladesh in 2013, we placed a lot of requirements upon the factories. So most of the factories had to do a lot of safety remediation, and a lot of that was also quite expensive. So on average, about $250,000 to $300,000 were needed to be invested in the factories in sprinklers, fire doors, fire alarms, structural retrofitting, electrical setups, etc., etc. So there was a lot of work to be done, and it was very challenging for the factories to do so. So we were faced with a lot of criticism. But one thing was very important to remember, and I think that's also what Alexander was alluding to, is the importance of the support from the brands. So it was not just the factories that were having to make these investments. Yes, they had to make these investments, but the brands, through the legally binding agreement that the Accord is, also made the commitment to negotiate commercial terms with their suppliers to make it also financially feasible for them to make these investments. And now, 10 years down the road, we can see that it actually has increased the competitiveness of many of those suppliers. We even see at the moment, just a couple of months ago, was an announcement made that 70 factories voluntarily wanted to join the RSC. So the RSC, the RMG Sustainability Council, is the organization that took over the work of the Accord in Bangladesh in 2020. And that's where still all the commitments from the Accord brands are being implemented in Bangladesh. But we now see that 70 factories want to join this program because they want to join and be able to produce for Accord brands and for other brands, and want to have that stamp of approval from the RSC ultimately. And we also see that a lot of these factories that have high remediation rates are attracting the highest number of orders. So it really has improved, and you already mentioned it as well, Alexander, the EU Human Rights Due Diligence legislation coming up. It's already in Germany, the German Supply Chain Act. And so increasingly, compliance will have to be met in order to be able to continue to produce for these markets. Not just for the 200 Accord brands, but also for many other brands, actually all of the brands that are selling their goods here on the European market and elsewhere. So yeah, I think improving safety and competitiveness, ultimately, in the long run, it's a long shot, but go hand in hand.
Brilliant, thank you so much. This idea of factories coming to you to voluntarily, or to the RSC to voluntarily register, to join, is powerful, right? In our world as well, vast majority of the factories that join Better Work come because the brands tell them to join Better Work. But you have that few, 5, 10% that actually come to us because they think we can help them. That's the perfect story, right? That's a great message. So, Ashish, I'm going to you, and it's this whole idea of global partnerships, brands, manufacturers, NGOs, government, trade unions, all of them mixed together. What's the secret to collaboration and to success of all of that? What are some of the challenges, but what are some of the successes when we bring all the parties together? Tell us who you are.
Yeah.
Tell us the answer.
Thank you. My name is Ashish. I'm the country director for Oxfam in Bangladesh, and working with the garment factories and on the issue of safety and just transition is something that we do, one of the many things that we do. So in terms of collaboration, first of all, it's very important to know, like, why do we need that level of collaboration when it's a matter of factories who produce material and who sells abroad? I mean, it looks very straightforward thing. But the numbers are, if you understand the numbers, there are 4.2 million garment workforce in Bangladesh, of which 2.5 million, almost 60% are women. And if you understand a little bit more, we understand that 90% of them have not even completed their intermediate schooling. Forget about, any high schooling. So when you're working with this kind of workforce and for a long time, the question is how much this whole workforce has been able to graduate from their own poverty levels. I mean, we are talking about Bangladesh graduating to a middle-income country, but if you see in the last 10 or 15 years, there is not much of a change happening in that. And when you go deeper, you understand then it is not an issue between only the employers and the employees. It is an issue of the entire ecosystem that exists there. And if you have to move the mountain, you need to have a collaboration of all the stakeholders. So that's fundamental reason. How do you go about it? I think the conviction is very much at place. Everyone knows why this industry is important to Bangladesh. The government is convinced. It contributes 15% of its GDP, and it has a potential to even grow more and connect with others. When it comes to the other collaborators or brands, everyone knows about, I mean, of course, this whole Rana Plaza has triggered things, but now we have to come out of that hangover and to see the larger safety nets doesn't exist only with the government, only with the brand owners. It exists with the consumers at large. So the awareness requires both levels, and this constituency is large. It requires its own, a grievance commission or something like that. I mean, the Asia Development Research 2021, if you read, 24% of the garment workers experience sexual harassment at the workplace. And there is no complaint because there is no complaint mechanism exist. So these are the things that I think required a large level of collaboration among everyone to move forward. I'll just stop here and we'll take more questions. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Ashish. Lots of rich stuff there, the numbers, percentage of GDP. What I liked what you said, though, is everybody has a role. If you're going to, I think you said, if you need to move the mountain, no small task, then everybody actually has a role. I couldn't agree more. So specifically roles, Laura, I'm coming to you, and the EU. Tell us what the EU is doing to help move this mountain in Bangladesh, and what sort of role you think we should all play, but also what role should the Bangladeshi government play?
Yeah.
To you, Laura.
Yes, thanks very much. I'm Laura Corrado. I work for the Department of Employment and Social Affairs in the European Commission, and my unit is responsible for the promotion of labor standards. We cooperate a lot with the ILO, of course, and with many other organizations and stakeholders. So, of course, promoting fair and decent conditions is a priority for the EU, not only in the EU market, but also along the supply chain. And reference was made to the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which is being negotiated and which we are confident is going to be agreed next year. And indeed, once it will enter into force, will impose requirements to employers and business, and therefore it will be very important to be compliant, also to maintain market access to the EU. So this is really important. Of course, we also, through our trade policy, we have sustainable development tools, and indeed, as you are aware, Bangladesh has benefited a lot of our preferential trade scheme, where all tariffs and quotas are removed on everything except on arms and ammunition. So, I mean, this has contributed a lot to economic growth, but also to some progress on the social and labor field, and we welcome that. So I think also previous panelists said that the sector, the garment sector, but the whole Bangladesh economy has evolved a lot and has progressed. So there have been improvements, in particular in factory safety, as it has been also mentioned. And we have been engaging a lot with the Bangladeshi government, as the EU, as the European Commission, to ensure that in the context of our dialogue on trade. There is a national action plan that the Bangladeshi government has committed to on the labor sector, where there are a number of concrete commitments and actions, some of which have been implemented, others that still have to be implemented, and that covers all the important areas that we have mentioned so far and that linked to sustainability. So not only the safety, as I mentioned, but also prevention of harassment and violence against workers. Also, freedom of association has been mentioned, and the role of trade unions, prevention of child labor. I think this maybe has been mentioned less today, but this is also very important. So it's a number of engagements that have been made and that on which we are monitoring progress. So there has been legislative also approximation and some improvement in ratifying important ILO convention, including on preventing child labor and forced labor. Now, of course, the legislative alignment and the reform of the labor law has to continue and has to be completed. On top of that, of course, we also expect enforcement, concrete implementation on the ground by the government, but which is our, let's say, primary stakeholder counterpart, because we are, of course, an EU, but I fully agree that, and I'm impressed by also all the initiatives that have been taken by private sector, businesses, brands, with suppliers. So this is very important. Indeed, it's a collective effort. But when it comes to us, to the EU, so what we are monitoring in particular, besides, together with ILO, besides the reform of the legislation, which is very important, is also, as I mentioned, the enforcement. So the labor inspections, for example, the government of Bangladesh committed to improve that, to hire additional labor inspectors, to really provide training and to ensure that the requirements are checked in practice in the factories. Freedom of association, it has been mentioned, and the role of the trade unions. Yes, this is very important, of course, to enforce all labor rights. And this is something on which we continue recommending the government also to facilitate the establishment of trade unions and the registrations. There have been improvements in that, we acknowledge that, but this has really to continue and to be better improved. Against prevention of harassment and violence against workers, I think it is important, and when there are accidents and problems, they are properly investigated, and we expect the authorities to do so and to prevent other cases, of course. So I think there are a number of things that have been done in all these different aspects that I have mentioned. We have acknowledged and noted progress, but we continue to really recommend the authorities in Bangladesh to continue on that path and really to implement fully all the commitments, also in practice, not only legislation, all the commitments that they have taken. And as I said, I think we also welcome very much the engagement with really the private sector side, with the civil society, with ILO, of course, and with the trade unions as well. And I think this needs to continue. And we look forward to continue the dialogue and the cooperation with all of you. Thank you very much.
Great, brilliant. Thank you so much, Laura. You picked up on many things. You highlighted the National Action Plan, that we are seeing some progress, but we've got a ways to go. And you specifically talked about the prevention of harassment, issues around freedom of association and gaps there, the need, not the desire, the need for enforcement. I think these are all very, very important elements to pick up on. So I want to ask the private sector, Mustafiz, you've heard a lot of things here from a lot of people that look in on Bangladesh, but don't necessarily live on a day-to-day involvement within the country. So what are your thoughts? And also, if I can ask you to think a little bit forward-thinking, what are some of the things that we need to make sure we collectively do to ensure that Bangladesh is an excellent sourcing destination? Just before you start, we have one more speaker, and then if we have a bit of time, I'm going to open it up and see if anyone has any questions or comments for this excellent panel. Mustafiz, go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Sheikh H. Mustafiz. I'm the Managing Director of Cute Dress Industry Limited. We are exporting to Europe, America, and many other places. And on the top of it, I'm also working in BGMEA as a chair of Standing Committee on Sustainability. So I'm heading there with all these issues relevant to how we can make Bangladesh RMG industry more sustainable. So I'm just listening carefully, and I think there are a lot of concerns, there are a lot of challenges, but I wanted to tell you there are also a lot of opportunities and there are some good news that are also happening. You know, after this, if we talk about this 10 years back, the Rana Plaza, it was a wake-up call for all of us. It's not only for the suppliers, but also the buyers. All our stakeholders actually wake up. So they try to understand that how we can fix this, how we can make it, how we can do business responsibly. So from that point of view, we remediated and we become, one of the safest RMG industry in the world, through the Accord and alliances and all the processes. And not only that, we also become the greenest factories in the world. So we have a lot of green factories in Bangladesh. So we actually leveled up ourselves in many, many ways. But I also wanted to give you a good news that in BGMEA and also in BKMEA, we have two associations, that we also set up a responsible business hub with the cooperation from GIZ, that where actually we will be following, we'll be monitoring, we'll be training, we'll be doing all the training, capacity building for our member factories for the human rights due diligence and environmental sustainability. And not only that, from the BGMEA, we'll be launching a new website. You will be seeing maybe in next 2-3 months that where we will be showcasing how far we have been. You can see the digital information over the website, that our ESG performances of the whole industry you can see in numbers. So that is in the process. So I think a lot of questions and a lot of concerns I learned from these panel speakers. I think you will be happy to see all the numbers, that how we are collecting all the data, also from the like SLCP, BSCI, and many brands also. They are also coming up to help us to make our industry in the next level, because everybody is looking for, we become second largest in the world, but people really wanted to produce in Bangladesh. But there are some issues with all the bad incidents we happened, but there are a lot of things that we can really do a big changes. It will be coming up, and you'll be happy to see that we are really going to be a destination for the global apparel sourcing. Everybody will be going there, because Bangladesh will be not only the safest, not only the greenest, but also it will be the highest compliant in terms of the human rights compliance, and also with the environmental sustainability. That I can promise you, and that will be happening. You can see that one. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. So a positive spin, an optimistic outlook, although still some challenges, but I think that's the way we want to go. So, wrap all of this up, sir. And we'll still have 2 minutes for the audience. So from what you've heard, tell us, forward-looking, crystal ball, what does the industry of Bangladesh have going for it, and what are some of the challenges?
Good afternoon, and thank you. That's a very easy question. My name is Gerwing Lepping. I'm Europe representative, worldwide responsible accredited production, or short RAP. We are the largest independent certification body in the sewing product scene. We have 400 factories certified, meanwhile, in Bangladesh. That's 70% up after the years of Rana Plaza. So that's a big compliment to the industry. Looking forward, what does Bangladesh need? In 2 words, I would say being fully compliant, and transparency. We touched a little bit about hard laws. Nowadays, it's not about soft laws, not about OECD having some guidelines, or retailers' brands have some requirements. Meanwhile, since the 1st of January 2023, we have the German Supply Chain Act. What is happening in facilities in Bangladesh is partly the responsibility of the German retailer and brand. That's a huge step forward. I think that's majorly important, that retailers and brands are taking their responsibility. And if we look to Bangladesh, at the times I was running 4 buying offices in Bangladesh, I always said this is the place where volume orders with very low margin of retailers meets very large factories with low wages. And of course, that's tension. There is no money on the table for innovation. People were cutting corners. Social compliance was always an issue. Bangladesh did a tremendous thing, but now we see that retailers and brands need to mix in picking up real responsibility. So that's absolutely a hope. At the same time, if we look at the industry in Bangladesh, I got briefed from my office in Dhaka that there are over 1,000 trade unions active in Bangladesh. And only 10% is a member of a trade union. We see trade unions related to management, trade unions related to political parties. I think we need real freedom of association, real collective bargaining. Otherwise, the road, the pathway to living wages is really a difficult one. What can REP do in this? We are independent, we certify, and you can hang something on the wall that you meet at least the minimum requirements. But I think these are points the industry needs to work on. And I know I had another question actually as well, and I like to say, hey, compliance is not a cost. It's an investment, and there's a return on investment. Otherwise, you as factory are in, at least if the European supply chain law is active, you're not relevant anymore. And then it's game over. And I think that's the reality we face, and look to organizations who can help you. If it's REP, it's the Fair Wear Foundation, it's SLCP, become active. Because if I count up how many factories are certified or audited, maybe it's half of the industry. And I think that we should do in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Brilliant, great, nice way to wrap it. You mentioned due diligence, the roles of government, the roles of retailers and brands, the roles of factories, all of this around, I think, going back to the beginning, the importance of collaboration. You talked about forward-looking, we have to have more effective realization and understanding of freedom of association and collective bargaining agreements. And a phrase we all know, but it probably isn't used enough, compliance is not a cost, but it's an investment. Exactly. Colleagues, I think I've got 2 more minutes. Any questions, any comments from the audience? You've all been sitting patiently. We've got some excellent people here that can answer your questions. Anyone? Otherwise, we're stopping and group photoing it, I think. Yes, please. Tell us who you are and tell us your thoughts.
Hello, I'm Janneke, and I work as a consultant advising like several companies, and we want to, expand towards doing more on human rights due diligence as well. What is the first step to get more freedom of association, and how to activate people and make sure it's safe? Like what's, I mean, it sounds very easy if you say it like that, but it's not. So where do you start?
Good, okay. The simple question around freedom of association, where do you start? Who wants to tackle it?
I'll gladly speak to it. Being able to have real worker voice influence the actions of brands is a very powerful instrument for brands to do their due diligence. It may actually, it's certainly more effective and more, no, let me keep it effective, more effective than audits, I think. We do audits, but I think having worker voice directly in the boardroom of brands during their due diligence is more powerful, might even be cheaper than audits. Business reasons. And I think actually the government of Bangladesh and other production countries should see the opportunity of making trade unions part of the value chain, rather than some people seeing them as a nuisance. Having real social dialogue, as the ILO Better Work has shown, and Peter referred to, is actually good for business, and it's certainly good for due diligence. So it's a business imperative as well as a human rights one. I don't know if it's simple, but...
No, very good. I'm looking at the time. Does anyone else have one last question? In the back there, please. Yes? Oh, yes. Aha. You need a microphone, Jos.
Probably not.
Or maybe not, actually. You could just sing it out.
Thank you. My name is Jos Huber. I'm retired now, but I had an experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation, also with Bangladesh, Better Work, etc. I have a question for the representative of the European Commission. And you spoke about the GSP program. This program has a certain history already in Bangladesh. And I was just wondering, can you say something about the progress that came because of actions of the European Commission? And are there certain moments when the European Commission really wants to bite? Thank you.
There you go, Laura. Last question for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I mean, I explained very, very briefly before that I think, you know, the fact that Bangladesh is is the main beneficiary actually of our EBA scheme of preferences is behind also a lot of the growth of the exports of Bangladesh, but also of the social progress that in the labor condition, because we have this program and now they are part of what we call the EBA Plus, so we are monitoring the respect of certain ILO conventions in particular, and we have pushed them to ratify not only the one concerning the prevention of child labor, but also forced labor. So this is also the result of the enhanced engagement that we have had with Bangladesh. And the government has prepared this action plan as part of also being part of these preferential trade schemes that we have asked them to commit on a number of aspects, as I have explained. So we are in the process of monitoring this, the progress on this action plan. The Bangladeshi government has to report to us every 6 months. We will be planning a mission there. Now I cannot give any date because we are still discussing, but on the ground in Bangladesh to really see to meet the authorities, but also see the situation of the factories on the ground. So we are monitoring very closely, and we are in a constant dialogue with the government about all the issues that we have been discussing today about labor rights. And of course, the continuation of preferential schemes is linked also to these progresses. So we continue the engagement and the cooperation with the Bangladeshi authorities, and we expect them to stick to their commitments as part also of being part of our preferential schemes of preferences. So I don't know if this is biting. I mean, we see this as an engagement with the authorities. They have been quite responsive so far, I would say, but of course we will continue following up on the commitments that I have made. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, I'm officially out of past time, so we're going to stop there. I want to thank my colleagues on the panel. As you can see very well, some excellent experiences and expertise, and I think a committed passion to making all things right in Bangladesh and our industry. So thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you so much. Let's extend our heartfelt to these panel speakers for sharing their insights. Now, may I kindly invite the panelists to come forward and gather at the center of the stage to take a photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your insightful experiences and ideas, which will help us to reshape our country's existing method with collaboration. Thank you. Bangladesh in celluloid. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
বলে দিই কারণ আছে একটা good evening. If you have time to spare, that's the reason why I actually rushed from the other side of the hall to really tell you something. And if you really want to unwind, relax, I think you may be in for truly a bit of fascinating an hour or so. I can see a number of manufacturers, so you might be wondering what the cinemas or films are doing here. Because we said hashtag best of Bangladesh, and we said about unpacking or unlocking the Bangladeshi DNA, one of the interesting things that I'm 3 years here and I increasingly discover is that Bangladeshi cinemas are coming to Rotterdam International Film Festival, also to IDFA, International Documentary Film Festival. Both are unique in international scene. And 3 years I see that there's a recognition of the Bangladesh filmmakers. So we were really discussing with Mustafiz that can we negotiate for some feature films. Eventually realized that only 1 hour time is there. So we settled for a lineup of 5 short films. For the European friends from Europe, I can see some of you. Trust me, I think this might excite you because the cinematography, the plot, or the storytelling is refreshingly different from something South Asian, if not Asian. To tell you, I think the first one is around 27 minutes, Moshari. Now, Moshari is very difficult to explain. If you're familiar with South Asia or Southeast Asia, you'd find that mosquito nets or something. But this is more of metaphoric. Already it has won awards, but very different. The next one, photographer of his school teacher, fascinating. I think 8 to 10 minutes. It doesn't tell much in voice, but very different. We actually went through 40 of the short film lineups, eventually settled for 13, eventually for 5. So I can only tell you that you are in for a bit, truly some things. Bangladeshis or South Asian lens might struggle because these are, as I said, very different, refreshingly different. So without further ado, I think we can start. Moshari. Okay, he's
উঠো সন্ধ্যা হয়ে যাচ্ছে গরুর জন্য দোয়া করছো কেন? তুমি কি গরু?
তুমি গাধা।
আসো। আসো। ফেলে দাও তো। আমার শার্প এজেস একদম পছন্দ না।
এটা কি শার্প হলো?
তাড়াতাড়ি আসো নাহলে মরবা।
আসবো না। কি করবা? আমাকে মরতে দেবা?
শোনো, আমি তোমার বড় বোন। তোমাকে মরতে দেব কেন? আমি নিজে তোকে খুন করব। তাড়াতাড়ি আয়।
আপু দম বন্ধ লাগে আজকে মশাই নিচে না ঘুমালে হয় না
না হয় না
কিন্তু কেন
ভালো করেই জানো কেন আয়রা তোমার সেটের মশাইটা কে বুঝবে করু কোথাকার আমার আগে কিন্তু তোমাকেই ধরবে ওরাও বুড়াদের মতো ইয়াং হলে বেশি পছন্দ করে ঘুমাও তো
আপু আমার মাথা একটু এরকম এরকম করে দিবে তাহলে ঘুম আসবে
এটা খেলেও ঘুম আসবে কি খেতে চাও না রাত জেগে জেগে ভূত দেখবা
ভূত না ভ্যাম্পায়ার আপু ভ্যাম্পায়াররা মশারির ভিতরে ঢুকতে পারে না কেন
মশারি কি করে গাধা
মশা ঢুকতে দেয় না
ঢুকলে কি করতো
কামড় দিত
রক্ত খায় ওরাও রক্ত খায় মশারি আবিষ্কারই হয়েছে রাতের বেলা আমাদের রক্ত সেফ রাখার জন্য তাই কেউই ঢুকতে পারে না মশাও না ভ্যাম্পায়ারও না
আপু
আয়রা শুনতে পাচ্ছ? মশারি থেকে কেন বেরিয়েছো তুমি? আয়রা রক্ত চাস? পিরিয়ডের সময় আস, দেখাইতেছি রক্ত কাকে বলে। সাপ না। আর কিছুক্ষণ ভেতরে থাকো।
আপু, আমার দম বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমি বের হচ্ছি।
জাস্ট আর কয়েকটা ঘন্টা, এখনই ভোর হবে।
না, সরো তুমি।
আয়রা, তুমি জীবনে একবার আমার কথা শুনবা?
না, সরো তুমি।
আমার কথা শুনো। তোমাকে কে বলছে আমার শাড়ি থেকে বের হয়ে তুমি ওষুধ খাও নাই?
আম্মু থাকলে আমাকে মাথায় এরকম এরকম করে দিত।
আম্মু এখন নাই, ঠিক আছে? খালি আমি আছি। ভাল লাগে না আমাকে? এত নিয়ম ভাল লাগে না? কিছু করার নাই, যা করি তোমার জন্য করি, ঠিক আছে?
আপু,
তুমি যখন ওষুধ খেয়ে নাক ডেকে ঘুমাচ্ছিলা, তোমার জন্য।
আপু, আমার দম বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমি নিঃশ্বাস নিতে পারছি না, আমি নিঃশ্বাস নিতে চাই।
আচ্ছা, আই এম সরি, আমি সরে যাচ্ছি, ঠিক আছে? কিন্তু তুমি আর কয়েক ঘন্টা ভিতরে থাকো। আই প্রমিস, আমি প্রত্যেক রাতে তোমার মাথায় এরকম করে দিব।
তুমি গোল।
তুমি কথা।
মায়ের সাথে আমার এক ধরনের দূরত্ব আছে, পার্থক্য আছে। মা কাজ করতে ভালোবাসে, আমি ঝিমাই কিংবা শুয়ে থাকি। ঘুম ভাঙার পর মাঝে মাঝে আমি ক্যামেরার ভেতর দিকে তাকাই। ক্যামেরা আমাদের অনেক বেশি কাছে নিয়ে যায়। দেয়ালের কাছে, অনেক দূরের অতীতের কাছে, সব কিছুর কাছে। মা একসময় ছবি তুলতে ভালোবাসতেন, কিন্তু এখন আর আগ্রহ বোধ করেন না।
আগে যখন ছবি উঠেছি তখন বয়স কম ছিল, মনে আনন্দ ছিল, সব কিছু ভালো লাগতো, ছবি উঠাতে ভালো লাগতো, কিন্তু এখন আর সেরকম আগের মতো মনে হয় না। আগে সেই মন এখন আর নাই, বয়সের কারণে হয়তো না, এখন সেই মন নেই ছবি তোলার।
আমি পুরাতন অ্যালবাম বের করি, পুরাতন ছবিগুলো উল্টাই পাল্টাই। মা অ্যালবামে চোখ রাখেন, মা তার নতুন মুখগুলো খুঁজে খুঁজে বের করেন। আমি দূর থেকে তাকাই, ক্যামেরা খুব কাছ থেকে দেখে।
এটা যখন আমি কলেজে পড়তাম তখন কলেজ থেকে আসার পথে উঠেছিলাম। এই যে এটা তোর ছোট মামা সিলেট ডায়েরি। এই যে এটা আমি আর তোর ছোট মামা সেলিম। সেলিম তো ছোটবেলায় একবার বাসা থেকে হারিয়ে গেছিলাম, তারপর অনেক খোঁজাখুঁজির পরে তাকে 2 দিন পরে পাওয়া যায়। তো সে সেলিম মামা তো মারা গেছে, 1 যুগের বেশি হয়ে গেল।
लहराए है নিজের কি রূপ চিনলাম না আজ আয়নাতে চোখ রেখে কত রূপে ঘুরো রে মোর কত রূপের রং দেখে জীবন আমার যাবে বুঝি স্বরূপেরই সন্ধানে কত রূপে ঘুরো রে মোর কত রূপের রং দেখে
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed our cinematic actions. You have just enjoyed The Mosheri by Nuhash Humayun, directed by the first movie. The second movie was Photographs of a School Teacher, presented by the Floating Cinema. And the final movie was Surat, Reflection of Life, directed by Ghulam Rabbani. I hope you enjoyed every bit of it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to immerse ourselves in an exciting and innovative showcase. I am thrilled to introduce an extraordinary segment that exemplifies Bangladesh's visionary strides toward innovation. We proudly present the Bangladesh Innovation Runway. This runway, presented by Pacific Jeans, is a testament to remarkable innovations that defines Bangladesh's modern landscape. It's a journey through cutting-edge designs, sustainability, and functionality that demonstrate the pioneering spirit of this nation. Now, may I please request on the stage Ms. Ludmila Farid, Director Innovation Pacific Jeans, to say a few words on the Bangladeshi Innovation Runway. Thank you. Yes.
Distinguished guests, diplomats, His Excellencies, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. Thank you all for joining us in the first ever Innovation Runway by Pacific Jeans in the heart of Amsterdam. This is indeed an honor and privilege pioneering this event for Bangladesh beyond borders and celebrate the excellence we have achieved over decades. I believe you have gotten a glimpse. You will have a glimpse from the spectacular show of what we are capable of in terms of quality and creativity, and how committed we are in fostering sustainability. My homage to Bangladesh Apparel Exchange for taking up the challenge of this groundbreaking event and successfully branding Bangladesh amidst Europe. My sincere appreciation to Ministry of Commerce of Bangladesh, Export Promotion Bureau, Embassy of Bangladesh to the Netherlands, and other contributors for their wholehearted support to make this happen. I stand here today as a proud citizen and representing on behalf of millions how Bangladesh is thriving towards a promising future. Today, Bangladesh is not merely an apparel manufacturing hub, it has transformed itself into a complete fashion solution hub. Pacific Jeans has been nurturing denim heritage passionately for almost 40 years and pushing the boundaries of sustainable innovation. Our research and development team is challenging conventional manufacturing process every day and coming up with ecological solution which is more gentle to planet and people. The artful integration of aesthetic craftsmanship and state-of-art technology by Pacific Jeans creates an unparalleled value to the customers. In the entire show, we will try to demonstrate the versatility of denim, exploring in how many ways we can integrate these in our lives, from everyday basic to haute couture. Our endeavor is to maximize its potential and explore infinite possibilities. I must pay tribute to the pioneer of premium jeans manufacturing in Bangladesh and the founder of Pacific Jeans, Mr. Nasiruddin. He was a visionary leader who led by example, setting a benchmark in the industry. Our products reflects his ethos, which is a culmination of art, technology, and ethics. We are crafting the finest finishes of denim in the best possible sustainable way. We are committed to continue this legacy through fostering circularity, transparency throughout the apparel value chain. We hope Best of Bangladesh will power onward and forward collaboration, knowledge sharing, and leveraging economic value for Bangladesh, Netherlands, and beyond. Thank you for your valuable time, attention, and gracing the event with your presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ludmila Farid, for your inspiring words. As we embark on this incredible journey down to the Bangladesh Innovation Runway, prepare to be captivated by a fusion of brilliance and creativity. Here, you will witness the future of innovation unfolding before your eyes. Stay seated, stay engaged, and let the innovation revolution begin. It will take just a few minutes to be prepared, so just enjoy. Thank you.
Talking to your voice, only hearing noise. Oh, it's not enough. All of the nights I spend drowning my discontent, wasting me away. Everything has changed now that I've found us, and it feels like home. Darling, if you don't mind, I'll take your hand tonight. We could just slow down time. Let me adore you. And from the moment I looked in those dark brown eyes, I can't remember life before you. Why would I want to go now that you're all I know? Smiling under stars, playing chasing cars. Something about the art of music in the dark, and it feels like home. Darling, if you don't mind, I'll take your hand
PYT. Yeah, I wanna see you work, work,
work, and work. I wanna see you work. All the work. Ay. He like when I ride that, pick it up, throw it back, drop that shit. Never go back and forth with a. I'm too pretty, gotta stop that. I'm lit, off Casamigos. My pretty white toes, my natural afro, my neck and wrist froze. Yeah, work, just look at my.
Only on them seas if it's breeze. Red ruby the sleeves, Chinese on my sleeve. These wanna be Chun-Lees anyway, yee-how. Who the told bitches they was me now? I knew these bitches was slow, I ain't know these bitches see now. Married a shooter case you niggas tried to breathe loud. Boom your face off, then I tell them ceasefire. I'm the AB, 700 on the horses when we fixin' to leave. But I don't with horses since Christopher Reeves.
love, they love me long time. I get it, love, they love me long time. I get it, love, they love me long time. I get it, love, they love me long time.
Y'all feel like that? Y'all feel like that?
They give me love, they love the sky. They love how to diss rock, they love in the jock. No Wi-Fi, we hot spot and connect to the block. Rolling through the club, we feeling the love. Rolling in my trees, they jocking my steez, please. 500 degrees, nigga, who hotter than me, yeah.
Y'all feel like that? Y'all feel like that?
They love me, yeah, they love me long time. They love me, let her show me love. They love me, yeah, they love me long time. They love me, let her show me love.
Y'all feel like that? Y'all feel like that?
Come and kick back with us. This is new religion, come and have mass with us. Tell me how you made love to a bachelor, turn ambassador. Used to grow up in the back of us. Come take a ride with the realest, the last of us. We gon' make them bold bitches turn ratcheter. First task, now let you used to laugh at us. Past the activist, cause a nigga past pacifist. Imagine my world of misogyny. Nigga, fuck a monogamy. Got a head tipped over the driver's seat. Mimi, don't go tell my mama about this, baby, hold up. We gon' own the summer. Never stressing, no, we always hit the numbers. Cause I'm always stressing, always cuffing different numbers. Know we tired of making shit, you know the streets don't make the plumbers. Drunk something trying to find my keys. I find myself looking down at the stars that be. As stars align, remember when it was Ramadan. I try a line, I try some crime, I try to dime. But now it's time, baby, now it's time. Na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. I get the love and they give me the dub. Like, I get it, love. They love me long time. I get it, love. They love me long time. I get it, love. They love me long time. I get it, love. They love me long time.
Y'all feel like that? Y'all feel like that?
The night is too young and the love in the air hit me. Follow all the vibes up in every city. Gamble with your life, think about it, what it to your homie to the night. You don't want it with him. We raise our glasses to madness, the tiny whisk the asses, dancing in trances. Baby, since you ready, we about to find out. Don't be mad at the good and found out, and we get it. Never lie, rectified on the mission. And they looking now, but they didn't. Let me sip it to my mouth, or sip on the nose. Smoking plenty with tequila, baby. Members of the rage, run way with it. That's when we compare a strong roll with it. Diamonds always dancing, no bullshit. And see a black guy on the job, yeah, I'm so winning.
Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. My will get on the ground just to make sure the light is found. The way she make them angles hit, she like Bill Cunningham with that. I mean that shot, Richard Avedon to make me look like a Dawn. I got so many pieces, why not have me a photo shoot right on the block? I put 2 lanes on gridlock so I could sit in a fierce squat. Spit big money on a wristwatch, highlighter on tip top. Catch me in mid-air, click. They only made 2 pairs, click. Get into this hair, click. I do this shit with flair. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Galliano, I'm in Galliano. Photo me pronto, I'm in Galliano. Galliano, I'm in Galliano. Photo me pronto, I'm in Galliano. Fee, 5, 4, fum. Grab your lens, cause here she comes. Frame by frame, glossy lips. Must I remind you I'm that elongated, sophisticated, cover girl. We made it, every feature soft to the touch. I make all your boyfriends blush, then I let them have it as I sit in custom fabric. They say you are what you eat, so I wear carrots and make cabbage. Andrew Dunn Sumo, make me pretty in my Miu Miu. Now serving, come and grab it. Tangy Banji, just like Nunu. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. I'm in Mugler, I'm sitting in Mugler. Take down your toupee, I'm sitting in Mugler. I'm in Mugler, I'm sitting in Mugler. Take down your toupee, I'm sitting in Mugler. Hold on. I'm Herb Rich with it. Gone diddy crap that. Annie Leibovitz, gone diddy crap that. I'm Herb Rich with gone diddy crap that. Annie Leibovitz, gone diddy crap that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that. Hit that pose, take that flick, check your angle, post that.
My hands are tied, falling from grace. She lost her mind in your embrace. Gone somewhere. She is gone. She's out there.
said that you would give your life for it. So take it away and put on the hat. I'll take care of it. Yeah, I'm in charge to bring the light into your hand. And I will give it all. 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 And you came back for more, back for him. And you said that you would give your life for it. So take it away and put on the hat. I'll take care of it. Yeah, I'm in charge to bring the light into your hand.
and all the crew members for their extraordinary performance and this fashion experiment. This was amazing. I hope all the guests here loved it. And this is us. This is Bangladesh. We are very, very proud for this moment. Thank you. Now, I would kindly request His Excellency M. Riaz Hamidullah sir on the stage, along with Mr. Mustafiz Uddin. Sir, please come to the stage for our concluding speech. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Yes.
I guess this is not time for speech, and that is the worst or last thing to happen. But that was surreal, I believe. Good evening. Many of the guests in the audience actually are joining now. Very quickly, I'm coming in the middle because let me tell you how we are here and why we are here. We started the day with the discussions, and I shared a bit of anecdotes with many of the guests, including the Minister for Commerce from Bangladesh, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs are present, some of the captains of Bangladesh industry are here. And I said, coming to the gas holder in Westergas, in the heart of Amsterdam, many said is something impossible. Our journey began exactly on 16th of December. As far as myself and my colleagues are concerned in the embassy, we came on a chilly day in Westergas. That was the first time I footprint. And Mustafiz, come in, don't run away, like a runaway bride. And he kept on pushing. Several times I had real difficulty. My wife kept telling me, what's happening? We get up at 5 o'clock, and that happened, I think, so many days, morning. And I said that I wish there was a worst, this is the worst possible endeavor in my diplomatic career, 28 years going. Mr. Minister, sir, please excuse me for that. But we made it happen. It's been a full day. We started saying that Bangladeshi DNA, we are here to unpack the Bangladeshi DNA. Many things we are in manufacturing, large scale, labor intensive manufacturing. Then we also have on the other end of the spectrum, crafts, artistry, imagination. And one of my favorite is that to tell that, you know, what robots or AI can't do, Bangladeshi women who don't have literacy, they do, which is something called embroidered quilt. You may see around the room. And then in the process, Mustafiz came with the idea when, 1.5 months back, Bhaiya, why not have a fashion show? And I was saying, that's the end of it. I thought that the whole thing will crumble, if not the rooftop. But I think the half an hour he vindicated that, or maybe he's worth believing in. So thank you also, Tanvir, from Pacific Jeans, for your support. And many of you who really believed in, I said in the morning, believing in our madness. Sometimes mad people make things happen. So Mustafiz, don't hold on, don't move. Many of the guests who are here in the middle are very distinguished Dutch friends. I guess around 100 who have come for this evening. So some of you could catch the glimpses of this fashion. This is essentially to make a statement that on one spectrum, you have the manufacturing and many things that you know or maybe you don't know, but also some of the emerging landscape like this one, that Bangladesh is trying to go to the next level in apparel manufacturing, eventually with creativity. I see Peter from Brainport. So you saw about hashtag design thinking, but it's also hashtag design, but also divided in a different way. The sky's the limit. So with that, let me hear Mustafiz briefly. Why do you do this?
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to tell a personal story. Actually, if you look into this fashion show, we have a name for that, Innovation Night. Actually, it's a continuation of our journey. We did the first fashion show in 2016. Then we did 2017. And then I had a dream to do it in Europe. And to do it in Europe, you know, it costs a lot of money, and also you need the right partner for do that. So I would like to remember Mr. late Nasiruddin, who is the founder and owner of Pacific Jeans. I went to him. He's also one of my mentors in my life. I went to him. I told him that I have a vision like that. I have a dream like that. And the gentleman said, in 1 minute, whatever you want to do, do it. I am with you. It was the first journey of us on the fashion show. And the journey keeps continue. Inshallah, if all of you support, as I said in the morning, don't ask me, Mustafiz parba kina. Tell Mustafiz tumi parba. We do it next time in the beach. So I said in English that don't say Mustafiz you can, do it or not. Tell that Mustafiz you can. This is the word I like to hear. You can, you can. Anyway, with these regards, I would like to take two of my partner had helped to do this. First of all, the Pacific Jeans. The owner of Pacific Jeans, Mr. Syed Mohammed Tanveer, and also director Ria is here. They worked very hard for this show. I'm only a Facebook page, but they are the one who create the collections, who had done each and everything, the innovations. And whenever I went to them and I explained them, I want to do like this, they always say, okay, go ahead, we will support it. I will call Ria and Tanveer on the stage for that. And I would also like Tanveer to say a few words about how do you think about it. Will I able to get some bonus or something like that, or how do you think?
No, I think it's a great opportunity for us, Pacific Jeans, as a company, as a innovation-driven, design-driven company. We always, Mustafiz Bhai has always been a great, I would say, dreamer. And we are here to support his dream. I mean, the collection that you've seen, it's all innovative design and made by our own design team. And I think she can talk about more, about the design. But it's a great honor and a privilege to be here and to showcase our collection and to showcase what Bangladesh is about, what Bangladesh can do. And Bangladesh definitely is the future, and Bangladesh is definitely here to stay in terms of innovation, not just manufacturing, innovation, design, and we can really give a great solution to the world of apparel. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanveer and Ria. Please stay here. I would also like to call in the stage two of my partner who helped me to make this dream happen. Before calling them on the stage, I would like to say 2016, they were a student, so I meet with them and I said, you have to come Bangladesh. They're very young girls. They said, we go to Bangladesh. I said, yes, you go to Bangladesh. So they went to Bangladesh 2016, then they went 2018 and 19 also. And when I was about to do this fashion show, you know, choreography, model, there are a lot of things. And some of my team member was asking, will they be able to do it? Will they be able to do it? I said, okay, let's take a chance, we will do it. So please, Jessica and Fabiani, if you come to the stage, I will be very happy.
As you move out, hold on. If you kindly see the logo, can anyone tell what's the logo? What are the stitches? These are Nokshikatha stitches. So we had a big debate with Mustafiz in terms of creating the logo. And it's not a one-off. It's a process, as I say in the morning. This is the first edition of Best of Bangladesh, and the logo essentially defines the Bangladeshi tradition, culture, or heritage with a new touch. So there's a bit of element of fusion. So I just want to explain that. No one asked since the morning, so I realized that. So now with that, we move on to the next one. Yeah, I'll come there. So as we walk down, you'll see the other end of Bangladeshi charm, which is the traditional music, dance, and song.
Yeah, the last thing I want to say, actually I don't know whether anyone will believe me like this, what the opportunity I got today. So when I went to His Excellency Mr. Riyaz Hamidullah about this initiative, about the things, and he had always supported me. So I don't know, I will get the opportunity to say my sincere thanks and gratitude to him, Bhaiya. Without this, you are the one who believe in me, and I'm very much thankful for that. Thank you so much.
Believing in madness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great words. We really learned a lot today and experienced a lot today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me transport you to a world of rhythm, melody, and emotion as we experience the enchanting rhythms of Bangladesh. This performance is said to be a highlight of the event, showcasing the rich tapestry of Bangla folk music, traditional and contemporary dance. So without further ado, let's get started with our first mesmerizing performance of Bangladesh. Please welcome the talented performers and as they enchant us with their graceful moves and the melodious rendition of Shomarohe Eshohe. Please welcome. Okay. Okay.
এসোহে পরমতর সুন্দর এসোহে ঝনক ঝঙ্কারে উড়ায় শঙ্কারে কমেছে দুয়ার দেরি নাহি আর এসো 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 সুন্দর এসো হে সমারোহে এসো হে পরমতর সুন্দর এসো হে
যেরূপে আকাশ তটে চাঁদেরই আলো যেরূপে আকাশ তটে চাঁদেরই আলো
যেরূপে ললাট সখী সিঁদুরে সাজালো সিঁদুরে
সেরূপে সেরূপে
এসো হে যুগন্ধর
সুন্দর এসো এসো হে
সমারোহে এসো হে পরমতর সুন্দর এসো হে
Good evening, everyone. I think it was a wonderful performance. So the next one, we are going to perform a folk, and which shows Indo-Bangladesh friendship, and is being depicted from lots of folk songs of Bangladesh and India. And we are showcasing that music doesn't have any barrier of country, so it's all same. So I invite my friends who will be performing, Sangeeta, and little sweet performer in the stage. Music, please. Thank you.
কমলা নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া তোমরা দেখো গো আসিয়া কমলা নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া এগো কমলা হে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া এগো কমলা হে নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া তোমরা দেখো গো আসিয়া কমলা নৃত্য করে থমকিয়া থমকিয়া
Are you enjoying? Thank you. পাড়াপড়শি যত নারী আইলা সবে সারি সারি পাড়াপড়শি যত নারী আইলা সবে সারি সারি এগো সোহাগ চন্দন দিলাম ছিটাইয়া ছিটাইয়া এগো সোহাগ চন্দন দিলাম ছিটাইয়া ছিটাইয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া সুন্দরী দেখো যেন ইন্দ্রপুরী গো নাচে কমলা সুন্দরী দেখো যেন ইন্দ্রপুরী গো ওগো কিভাবে বা নাচে যেন শরমে মরিয়া ওগো কিভাবে বা নাচে যেন শরমে মরিয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া তোমরা দেখো গো আসিয়া কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া রে কমলা নৃত্য করে ধমকিয়া ধমকিয়া Come on. Put your hands together. হাতে আরে হাতে লাগে ব্যথা রে হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে আরে হাতে লাগে ব্যথা রে হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে হায় রে আমরা বাড়ি হাইশো দেওরা বসতে দেব ফিরা হায় হায় বসতে দেব ফিরা হা 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 ওর জলপানো করিতে দেব শালিক ধানের সিরা রে হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে আরে হাতে লাগে ব্যথা রে হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে ভাবি আমার পরিয়াছে লাল রঙের শাড়ি ভাবি আমার পরিয়াছে লাল রঙের শাড়ি দুই হাতেতে পরিয়াছে রেশমি কাঁচের চুড়ি খোপাতে বাবলা গাছের ফুল কানে ঝুলিতেছে ঝুমকা নামের দুল হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে হাতে লাগে ব্যথা রে হাতে লাগে ব্যথা হাত ছাড়া দাও সোনার দেওরা রে Thank you. Thank you. So this is one is a Oriya and Bengali folk. হাসি পদে কহনো কথা এই রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী কোন কোলতা হাসি পদে কহনো কথা হায় গো লাজে 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 হায় গো লাজে 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 হায় লাজে লাজে মরি দোহাই রসিক লাগোর মোর নাই কোনো ব্যথা হায় লাজে লাজে মরি দোহাই রসিক লাগোর মোর নাই কোনো ব্যথা স্বপ্ন দিলে স্বপ্ন স্বপ্ন দিলে স্বপ্ন রূপে মরে বুক মাঝে করে হাহাকার রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী ও রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী পিয়ার পিয়ার মন হাতে কাকনো মোর বিহঙ্গন আমার জীবন বধু তুলাই করে পিয়ার পিয়ার ননু খাতে কাকনো মন বিহঙ্গন আমার বিহন বুকায় মিলাইয়া রে রূপে কোনো কথা নাই যে গোমুখে কোনো কথা নাই যে গোমুখে কোনো কথা নাই শুধু আকারো সাকারে আখেরো বাহার সরষার খেতে দুইজনে মন আকারে বাহারে আখেরো বাহার সরষার খেতে দুইজনে Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
ময়না ছলক ছলক চলে রে পিছন পানি চায়না রে মন দুপুক দুপুক করে রে তর লাগিও তলারে শালপিয়ালির বন্তিকা ওই জংলা নদীর পারেতে তর সঙ্গ লই ঘুরঘুর করুম এই বাসনা প্রাণে ময়না ছলক ছলক বয়ে বাগানটায় লাল হলো তো ফুল দিয়া বই বান্ধিব খোঁপায় সাধের প্রীতিমা গোড়া রাখুন চোখের তারা হাটায় রানী হইয়া রইবি মরি হু হু পরানটায় ছলাক ছলাক ময়না ছলাক ছলাক চলে রে পিছন পানে চায়না রে মন দুপুক দুপুক করে রে তর লাগিও তলারে শালপিয়ালির বন্তিকা ওই জংলা নদীর ধারেতে তর সঙ্গ লই ঘুরঘুর করুম এই বাসনা প্রাণে ময়না ছলাক ছলাক
Pintahare pala sarbon polabo polabo mon Pintahare pala sarbon polabo polabo mon Langtaha indure dhol kaate Langtaha indure dhol kaate He kaate re potahare piritir phool phutte Potahare piritir phool phutte আমার বধু রাত কানা বাড়ির পথে জানা গোনা আমার বধু রাত কানা বাড়ির পথে জানা গোনা ভিনসায়রে উঠে ধান খুঁটে ভিনসায়রে উঠে ধান খুঁটে হে কুটে রে বতারে পীড়িতের ফুল ফুটে বতারে পীড়িতের ফুল ফুটে छाता धरो हे देवरा ऐसन सुंदर खोपाय अमर भीग गिलैना छाता धरो हे देवरा ऐसन सुंदर साड़ी अमर भीग गिलैना छाता धरो देवरा ऐसन सुंदर खोपाय अमर भीग गिलैना रिमी झिमी पानी बरस गिलैना रिमी झिमी पानी बरस गलैना ऐसन सुंदर साड़ी अमर भीग गिलैना छाता धरा हे देवरा রূপের খোপায় আমার ভিগ গেলাই না
হাসিন ফাগুন মাসে পরান ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে উথালি পাথালি মনে আতা করে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে এই হো পিয়ালি রে এই হো দুলালি রে এই হো পিয়ালি রে এই হো দুলালি রে আসিল ফাগুন মাসে পরান ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে উথালি পাথালি মনে আতা করে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে ইনি বিনি টাপাটিনি টানা টুনি টাসা সাহেব বাবুর বউ এসে দেখতে ভারী খাসা ধুলো কুটি গৌরী হেন ঝি তোর কপালে বুড়া বর করবো আমি কি আশ্বিন ফাগুন মাসে পরান ঘাসে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে উথালি পাথালি মনে আনতা কোণে নতুন বিয়ের ফুল ফুটেছে বিনি বিনি টাপাটিনি টানা টুনি টাসা সাহেব বাবুর বউ এসে দেখতে ভারী খাসা ধুলো কুটি গৌরী হেন ঝি তোর কপালে বুড়া বর করবো আমি কি নতুন বিয়ের ফুল নতুন ঝিঙে ফুল বাঁধলো সখী চুল বিবিয়ানা নতুন বিয়ের ফুল নতুন কানের দুল বাঁধলো সখী চুল বিবিয়ানা নতুন বিয়ের ফুল নতুন ঝিঙে ফুল বাঁধলো সখী চুল বিবিয়ানা লীলা বালি ভর জগতে সৈমর ভর জগতে ঘরে কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে লীলা বালি ভর জগতে সৈমর ভর জগতে ঘরে কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে হাত সাইয়া বালা দিমু মতিয়া লাগায়া সৈমর কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে কানো সাইয়া কান খুলে দিমু পান্না লাগায়া সৈমর কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে লীলা বালি ভর জগতি ঘরে কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে নাকুসাইয়া বেসর দিমু সুনিয়া লাগায়া সৈমর কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে পাউসাইয়া পাগর দিমু ঘুঙ্গুরা লাগায়া সৈমর কি দিয়া সাজাই মুতরে ঠমকি বই তৈনি লীলা বালি বলা গো না জানো কোন তামসে লীলা বালি
পাটি গায়ের ওড়না ওই দন লীলা বলি বলা গো লীলা বলি ঘর যুবতী ঘর যুবতী ঘরে কি দিয়া সাজানো ঘরে লীলা বলি ঘর যুবতী ঘর যুবতী ঘরে কি দিয়া সাজানো ঘরে আমি টাকডুম বাজাই আমি টাকডুম বাজাই বাংলাদেশের ঢোল আমি টাকডুম বাজাই সব ভুলে যাই তাও ভুলি না বাংলা মায়ের কোল টাকডুম বাজাই আমি টাকডুম বাজাই বাংলাদেশের ঢোল আমি টাকডুম বাজাই মা তোমার মাটির সুরে সুরেতে মা তোমার মাটির সুরে সুরেতে আমার জীবন জোড়াইলা বাউল ভাটি আলিতে বাংলার মাটির সুরে সুরেতে পরাণ খুইলা মেঘনা তিতাস পদ্মারি গানে গায় পরাণ খুইলা মেঘনা তিতাস পদ্মারি গানে গায় সব ভুলে যাই তাও ভুলি না বাংলা মায়ের কোল টাকডুম বাজাই আমি টাকডুম বাজাই বাংলাদেশের ঢোল আমি টাকডুম বাজাই সব ভুলে যাই তাও ভুলি না বাংলা মায়ের কোল টাকডুম বাজাই বাংলাদেশের ঢোল আমি টাকডুম বাজাই বাংলাদেশের ঢোল আমি টাকডুম বাজাই
Injured their ankle. But thank you very much for wonderful rendition. And they all are based in the Netherlands. They come from Eindhoven. And really, so we started with, in the morning with art, craft, and then we had a juxtaposition in the sense that we had the fashion runaway show, but then the completely opposite, very much traditional heritage culture. I want to end on the note that inviting you, everyone in the room, to Bangladeshi buffet dinner, authentic. And I'd request everyone to really stay back and enjoy. With the two announcements, we can conclude the day. One is that tomorrow we had 3 exciting, energizing panel discussions throughout the day. Also, film screening. 3 short films were screened. Tomorrow, equally, we would have 3 exciting panel discussions. One would be on agriculture and also in impact investment. Those of you who are still interested, please feel free to come back. And also, 2 short films would be screened. And there's one last thing which I've been told is that on 6th, there would be a visit to Fashion for Good Museum, which is in Netherlands. 50 people have already registered. That promises to be quite an exciting one. I'd request those of you who are interested to really do the registration by today. On that note, thank you very much for bearing with us. A bit warmer. I think it's getting heated. Please enjoy the dinner. Thank you.
got some